Good morning, good evening, and good night, all UniVersus fans across the globe. I'm Bear Bryant, joined for this beginning of our Top Cut Sunday with Jesse Cervini. Jesse, happy Saturday. For you, it's Sunday for them, of course, but we've got a top 8 that we're going to play through, and we've got a bracket to talk about. Before we jump over to that, Jesse, just how are you doing today?
I got 5 hours of sleep and no nap, so it's gonna be a fun one for us.
Absolutely. We've got a good schedule, though. We'll get you
Yeah.
going for the first two rounds, and we'll let you go to bed a little early today, of course. But we had a great day yesterday. At least when it comes to diversity of characters and strategies that were being played, some things of old that we saw at Louisville, some things that we saw similarly to last weekend in Alicante, Spain, and then some new things as well. And I think those new things are exactly what we want to focus on, because when we look at this top cut bracket, Jesse, there's quite a bit of new.
Yeah. There's characters that have never top cutted. I mean, that have been in the game for a minute. And if they're like, I've never seen a Eren Yeager Humanity's Hope. I never expected that to be on a top cut. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, just, getting advantage of having enough Fury and Titan cards, and hopefully cards that share those keywords, of course. And then, another kind of funny story here as well. It's the Battle of Earth and Order, I see. And not only is it the Battle of Earth and Order, they're on opposite sides of the bracket. We very much could see both of those symbols having a lot of strength in this tournament and meeting each other in the finals. Of course, those Hawks decks that we got to showcase, at least with James O'Dirty's Fantech, for you, everyone at home. We got to see him showcase that deck yesterday, and both of them, and Avison here playing an Order version of Hawks as well, could find their way to the finals and have to eliminate each other. But on the other side of the bracket, it's just the battle of the Earth decks. And of course, I think the fan favorite for those at home, Jesse, the Raphael, the dark horse in that side of the bracket on the good symbol. And man, we got to see that deck absolutely pop off on stream yesterday. You and David got to commentate that one.
Oh, that deck surprised. I was like, okay, there's an XO1 Raphael. Let's see what it can do. And then when it just did its thing, I was just like, oh, this is going to be good.
I do also want to bring it up because we saw it last weekend in Spain, and now we're seeing it again here. Jesse, Pony Sunatori being your Swiss champ for 2 events in a row, but based off of what we saw last weekend, they did immediately lose out to the 8th seed, and I do think Bailey's Earth Mimic deck that we saw him pilot yesterday on stream could give this Pony deck a run for its money.
Yeah. This is definitely Alex is probably one of the Pony players. Like, Alex has just been the tried and true to this deck. I am going to assume they have some type of action against the Mimic, but you never know. This Mimic, like Bailey, could just do exactly what they did yesterday and just pop off, and that's it. And then there's game.
Absolutely. And they're going to have an Earth off, of course, on that side. But speaking of same symbol battles, I don't want to sell anything short here. We didn't see Avison's specific list of Hawks, but it is different than that of Fantex. And, of course, they are against that Eren Yeager Humanity's Hope. You talked about it. I've never seen that character top cut. I've seen them see play, of course, but on the Order symbol as well, that we haven't seen as much representation, at least in the past few events. So they're going to have an Order off on that other side. But you guys also got to commentate the Ives, Death, Reiner, Braun, the one dot from the first set. And it's going to go against this Fantech. What do you think of that matchup? Do you think that Reiner list is going to have a good answer to the strong onboard defensive pieces that Fantech's Hawks deck is going to have? Because remember, that Hawks deck takes a little bit of time to go before the combo goes off.
Yeah, I think I expect Ives line's going to be flip as soon as possible and flip their board and try to just, when they go, I want to flip my board and flip 4, and then just start chewing their board away through it. That is what I expect how that match is gonna go. It's like you just go up and over them. Like, you can't, like, I think that slow and steady decks, like these Hawks decks, may have a lot of trouble.
Not even just that, right? We saw Chomp be a big piece of that deck yesterday, and that means chomping charismatic approaches, selective search defensively, could give Hawks a run for their money. But the last elephant in the room And by elephant, I actually mean the biggest cat in the room. We have a Byakko making that against that fan favorite Raphael, and I'll go ahead and tell everybody, the viewers at home in chat, of course that's the game that we picked that we're going to showcase on stream. Jesse and I are going to commentate matchup-wise. How Kai's Raphael deck, because we saw that Raphael deck take some strong advantage, and as soon as Genghis Frog hits the stage, your 38 health Byakko character is all of a sudden a lot easier to chew through.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see the same style we saw yesterday out in this matchup, where Kai's gonna go builds, just keep building until they get a Genghis Frog on the board, and then there's gonna go like, all right, I'm coming in. You gotta you gotta have a plan for this line, because when he plays 6-7 attacks that they're all at +3 damage, and then the speed bonus is on top of it, it hurts. It's a big hit.
Sometimes you don't even see the attacks coming, right, Jesse? Like the flying elbow drops you see because they have to be removed after you discard it with at least one other card. But when cards like Wish Hard or Feral Shriek get discarded from the Raphael enhanced to discard your hand, it all of a sudden you don't know how many more might be coming. You have a rough idea of how many maximum, but if it's already been played with things like Lethal Slash, and we have cards that we're going to grab off the top of our deck with enough talk, it could be a crazy amount of attacks that you're not necessarily prepared for. And Byakko is a 5-hander, so it just might be a huge onslaught. But of course, Kai being the higher seed, they're going to be able to go first here as Raphael, and that's going to be huge in game one. And we'll have to see if we can do enough damage to chew through 38 life on this Earth Byakko monstrosity.
Yeah, like the thing is, looking at the Byakko list, like comparatively, as we've been seeing recently, we're seeing a lot of the tried and true cards of the Byakko list. We're seeing the Beast Summonings. We're seeing Berserker Bite, which I always think I consider tried and true with Byakkos. The Dangerous Hybrids, the Double Overhead Hammer Fist finisher line. But then there's some interesting cards that I don't see very often in the Byakko list. Like, we're playing Countering Toss. Like, we're playing the throw that hates on throws when you block with it.
Right? Yeah, which is kind of funny, right? Because and I not even just that one, but I also see things like Survey Core Teamwork, which is something you don't necessarily see in Byakko. But Byakko does have the air symbol, which means we can use this very powerful air secret rare from Attack on Titan set 2, I'm pretty sure, where you're next to attacks, you can choose to change their zone, and they come in with a little bit of extra speed. But I don't disagree with you. Byakko is all about flipping your opponent's foundations and getting stage control. I'm kind of concerned for Kai's board here on how many face-up foundations we might have. And you're right, those double overhead hammer fists could essentially say I'm unblockable if you don't have any face-up.
Exactly. Excuse me.
Oh, you're all good.
Also, there's some really cool tech cards in this Byakko list that there's a couple cards like Dexterous Assault. I have not seen anybody play that card. I keep wondering when somebody's going to start playing that card, because being able to change the zone on play when you know a zone is open, be able to go like, hey, I'm going to change the zone, or change the block zone. Like, yeah, that card does so much value. Like, people, and I think that card is very underplayed currently.
Speaking of value, we've got a Rewind Throttle hitting as the first attack of this top 4 or top 8 match from Kai's Raphael deck. And although this is not a very heavy hitting move, right? Typically what we saw yesterday when Kai would play these on the board as like the 3rd or 4th attack, that's the one where you get to unload and discard your entire hand for, give it a massive damage bump, and because you discarded a card during it, you get to draw a card. But here we're seeing the other side of this coin. You're allowed to lead with it, and you can get a selective commit off here from the enhance that says discard a card. Or it's seal, right? I can't remember. It's an older card. But yeah, the Rewind Throttle giving you value to look at your opponent's stage and commit down one of those Titanic combats, because we don't want to give Byakko even more foundations if they take an unblocked attack like this 3 damage move.
Yeah, that's I enjoy the inclusion of Throttle in this deck. It's a card that I played a ton of for a while, and it's just because of the control. Like, hey, target commits are so few and far between once in a while that you're willing to trade a card in hand. Especially you could trade a card in hand and value off of it. Like, oh, I pitched a fire streak or a wish heart. Like, oh, I'll just draw, I'll discard, draw, and then enhance the draw again. It's like awesome.
Absolutely. Now it is going to connect here for 3 damage, putting Byakko down to 35. We are going to respond with that 1 Titanic Combat that we still had readied and get an extra bonus face down. Now that means Sam here on his Byakko deck as a 5-hander built 6 essentially on their first turn going second, and now it is up to Kai to kind of establish another bigger board. But we go to play this Grish's Attack Titan and check a 2, 1 lethal slash out of the game, capture the target on a 3, checks just fine. And final test for a 4, it checks, and then I like this. We are building our stage so incredibly wide here, and that's exactly what we need to do against a carrier like Byakko, because this next turn from Byakko, however many attacks they play, that says how many foundations we have to flip, plus maybe more, depending on what moves they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough situation. We're trying to play on we're playing really like a very. We're playing a lot of cards that I haven't seen, like another card I haven't seen in a long time in the Byakko list. Okay, I'm gonna probably, I don't know the exact pronunciation. I'm gonna know, I always word as the Butte Basher, or is it the Beauty Basher?
It's funny. I call it Butte Bachet, but that's not what it is.
Bachet.
That's my French. That's my French interpretation of it. But yeah, I think it's Butte Bash. Yeah, Butte Bash. But we're just gonna build 3 here, which I actually think is pretty massive for Kai when it keeps face-up foundations in your stage. But on the other end, when it comes to value, if there's not a huge aggressive turn here, and we haven't seen the frog yet here, Jesse, if there's not a huge aggressive turn, we now have 3 copies of Titanic Combat on Sam's side of the board. That says the first attack or whatever attack we sling, if we choose not to block it, we have now given us 3 more foundations as his 5-hander. Sam's stage is going to look massive compared to Kai's, but we're leading things off with enough talk as we check one, of course. So we're going to have to commit 2 foundations to pass this one, and we could get some crazy value from this right here.
Yep. 1, 2.
Blitz, remove.
We lost the frog. We lost the frog too.
Yeah, the frog is gone, and no attack cards, which is the key point there, because this card only lets you play attack cards that were removed off of the top from it. So it means we're not going to be able to grab any extra stuff from it. And if anything, this is just going to be a nice little Raphael ultra rare that essentially is just for 5 damage.
Yep. We'll get 1 speed. Yeah, we'll get 6 damage. We'll be a 5 high for 6. Like, I think we're just like, hey, he's just gonna, as usual, the Byakko is just gonna start billion away their deck. Like, they want to get to that magic number of 30 so that they can start using full value of Byakko.
Yeah, and we're already getting we don't feel very threatened as Byakko, right? We are pressing the mill 3 button that we're allowed to press on our opponent's turn for no effect, strictly for my deck really thrives when we hit that 30 cards in our discard pile. And so yeah, man, this 6 damage move, even if I decide to block it or not, you're not threatening my decks like count wise. I'm going to start getting my discard pile set up so that I can unlock that powerful once per turn ability from Byakko. When you have 30 cards in your discard pile, you are allowed to put any card in your discard pile on top of your deck. But the triple unblocked response here from Titanic Combat, I talked about it. We have now immensely grown our stage. Yes, they are all committed, I understand. But if you don't feel threatened as you go down to 29, it's just the best value you can get against these kind of like not lethal pokes.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough situation to like. It's just, you're just getting valued over here. I'm trying to think if we have. I don't think we even have a deadlock card. Like, I think we're
in Kai's deck. The good symbol has access to some of them, but I can only assume with the amount of fire attuned support that we have access and that we're playing in this deck, there's probably not a lot of deadlock pieces. But instead, we're gonna pop that Grish's Attack Titan and we grab this lethal slash. It checks. We are just trying to get something on the board, draw more cards, chew through this 29 life, because if we pass back, Jesse, Byakko is going to be able to pass and play anything that they draw.
Yeah. This is one of those situations we're going to be playing. Like, I think we're just going to, like, I feel like we're just going to try to value as much as we can here. Be like, hey, I need you to, like, you go right ahead, activate all your foundations and build, but you did have to commit 3 foundations to gain 3 foundations.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Which is that's the risk, right? The
yeah.
things of Titanic combat. But on the other side, Jesse, if we keep expanding our stage here from them, we get the extra added benefit that when we go back to our turn, the Titanic combats have another ability that you can commit them as an enhance for +2 damage and make your rival have to commit 1 foundation in their stage, which means if your stage is so much larger, you get to really push that envelope when you use them offensively as well.
Also, there's the one thing we have to remind about Kai's deck. There's no sideboard.
Yes, this deck is meant to do what it is supposed to do. And speaking of what it's supposed to do, we are going to lead off with another new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Ultra Rare. This is United in Battle. After this attack deals damage, you get to draw a card, and then you can selectively build any 1 foundation from your hand as long as its printed difficulty is 4 or less. Jesse, that's most foundations in the game.
Yeah. It's definitely like this is the one where like, hey, I think you should block this one.
Yeah, definitely threatening this nice on damage trigger. I mean, if anything, right, it's also drawing a card. It is just a 4 mid for or 4 high for 4, but like you said, as we get more attacks in our card pool, Raphael has scaling speed. This is actually a 6 high for 4, and if we start pressing any other buttons, we could be giving it more damage, but I don't expect us to discard our entire hand away right now. And it looks like we did get the high block there, of course, from the number 10 Pro Hero.
Yep.
Great 1 high block. And here we have another Rewind Throttle hitting the card pool. This one is going to be extremely fast. And again, Jesse, this is when I said these are the ones you typically press the Raphael, discard your hand on, give it a ton of damage, draw a bonus card to replace it with. And if we have any extra effects like Wish Hards or Feral Shriek, we get immense value. And Byakko doesn't know how many more attacks might be coming.
Yeah. The big thing here is, all right, we're gonna do the discard. We had a feral. We're gonna do the feral streak, commit and then draw.
Yeah, just getting that out of our hand right now for the Rewind Throttle Enhance, getting that selective committal, and now you're basically just staring across these big appetites as well as a fearsome transformation. So really just a bunch of draw potential as we start readying up this capture the target that we have access to. As we've already committed most cards on our stage, but we have 3 attacks in our card pool now, we get to benefit from this nice little 1 diff.
Yeah. This is a tough situation. Like, we're kind of going in. I like to refer to this, we're going in under the gun in this situation where we are trying to get a hold of the board and maintain. We're trying to just pressure. The problem is, like, we're kind of hoping that the Byakko blanks on their draw. It's kind of our hope here, because if Byakko draws fire on that, draws like 4 attacks and does their stack to find their best option with all these draw effects, that can be game over rather quickly.
Yeah, and the fact that we're already getting one of these big appetites used on defense, it means that potential of where you hope that they whiff on their draw for attacking, you're using your draw right now defensively. That's exactly what you want to look for if you're Kai in this scenario. And again, like, this is Kai's game to win because they went first. And so you have to attempt to keep up the pressure here, as that Rewind Throttle is going to land, which is going to feel a little better. We've now discarded a card during this turn. Our final test is live, giving us an extra draw. Of course, we still have not discarded our hand as Raphael, which is fine. It means we still have more to play with. It makes a lot of sense, and we still have 22 life to get through.
Yeah, I think that this was a very productive turn for Kai. Like, we played 4 attacks, we got 1 block, and we got a chunk of, like, 22 is a lot easier for this deck to do than 38. And it just, having on the other side of the table, staring down the like extra foundations just being built it's so problematic.
It's the size, and not only that, like, yes, that was a productive offensive turn here from Kai, but we have committed over half of our stage. We only built a couple more foundations afterwards. They don't have the most relevant text per se when it comes to trying to survive here. And yeah, we got Byakko down to 22, but like, that's like a normal 7 hand size kind of near life total. Jesse, we still haven't found the frog. And I think at this point it might be too late, because here comes the lead here for Byakko. The double overhead hammer fist talking about getting the Raphael deck to flip more foundations at a quicker pace of what Byakko does, you're going to have to flip one to block this. And as Byakko, I'm going to make you flip one on the enhanced step.
Yeah. This is like double over the fist here is just definitely the bread and butter. The thing is, it's like, I think we had I think we have one face down currently, and we just gained another. Like, we're not like, hey, this could be like quickly we're down to no foundation. We're down to all face downs. But let's say, because we have a lot of foundation, so why not go digging?
And what we've noticed with Byakko's stage being so wide this early on in the game, while not swinging any attacks until basically right now, but like we said, you're going to be able to play in it combats, right? You know, there's just a world where we could press the enhance buttons of these Titanics and make these 4 ready foundations for Kai not actually be ready. And we could that this is a 0 speed move. It just has that weird block condition. So even if you committed all the foundations on Kai's board, this is very blockable. So we are going to still exchange a bunch of enhances. We're going to have no breaks kind of character abilities. So there's not really any enhances for the character to be playing. And the stage here for Kai is also pretty aggressive and or just blank. Just really there to be sized to help pass as we just continue to try and get our discard pile to that count. We're going to even use our Fearsome Transformation to draw that top card of the deck that we grabbed and discard just this foundation.
Yeah.
The world is Byakko's oyster at this point. You know, we get our discard pile big enough. We use our once per turn. We draw the card that we wanted to put on top, and then we just start swinging for the fences.
Yep. So we're gonna go for the block here. It looks like we had enough talk in hand. It looks like we're gonna have to throw the block on this. So that's fine. I mean, I would not. You don't want the fist to get in there.
Yeah, but baiting out that high block, of course, because here comes a Titan Cliff on a 7. We did check a 3, though, so we're going to have to use all these. This is going to help Byakko become an even more aggressive machine this turn, because any of these non-attack cards that are in our hand, we can review up to 3 of them with the Titan Cliff Enhance and draw back that from our discard pile, which I know we're kind of covering up, but we did end up building that Ultra Regeneration. Ultra Rejuvenation.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want for on defense. We're like, hey, I think building that, like looking at the options that we had available in the discard, but build something that has some type of ability. Like, if you're gonna try to build any of these options, and that's definitely the best choice right now. It's like
it is. It's at least defensively. Not only is Byakko not actually a 38 life character, they have a little bit more, and it draws cards defensively, which is exactly what means that we have been given our sign, take this win and take maybe this game 1, which. This is the one that if you're a Sam T or a Byakko fan, this is the one that you want to win. You want to try and break serve here, because at least but it all comes down to whether or not we can shoot through the defense of this Raphael and Kai deck, of course. And we haven't taken any damage ourselves.
Looks like we're going to activate the Titanic Combat. We're going to start committing the board here. We're pretty much doing drunken we're just saying, I'm gonna +2 damage and such a strong play in this situation. We're gonna try to block it here with this, like that's a united battle.
Yeah, united battle. as we do go for the check, and it looks like we're good to go even on this one. So once again, nice little one high block here from United in Battle. We still haven't taken any damage, which feels very good. Really trying to push the envelope and make Sam attack a little bit more, as they've already committed almost everything using those Titanic combats aggressively. We only have four more foundations ready right now. So luckily that, that Ultra Rejuvenation is playable while committed, but the more you push here, you could potentially check another 3, but it looks like we're just going to build.
Yeah, we're going to build 1 and pass, and I think that's a good situation. It looks like we have a Berserker Bite in hand.
Yeah, great defensive trick.
Yeah, that card defensively is just against a deck that's trying to string out several attacks. When all your 4 diffs become 5 diffs, good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. And and vice versa there, Jesse. Eventually, when we do get Raphael lower in their life total, offensively, it also just functions as a throw. So you still want to maybe use something like that to help kind of close the game out. But for right now, having it as a defensive trick, and of course, as our discard pile is large enough, we are still Byakko. We're allowed to put any card that we want on top of our deck from our discard pile, and then hopefully use a draw ability to grab it. And here we go. Enough talk coming in as the first attack. Once again, checking much better this time. And I'm also hoping we remove 3 fun ones. 1 wish hard, not exactly another wish hard. That isn't exactly the best thing to pick. But Jesse, at the end of the day, something we don't normally talk about, it is a 3 difficulty attack, which allows you to play them later in the string, because the strongest part about enough talk is you don't have to play them right now. You can play them whenever this turn.
Yeah, but that's the big key here. Plus, if they also have a kind of and they kind of, if we get to this point, we could be going into with those, and if the board's if they have a fully boards already here, we can start stunning down the board in the stretch end, where it's like, hey, you still got all that stuff up, or you've taken some attacks here. But I think we got to block with the Berserker Bite.
Yeah, I definitely think we don't want to take the full 6 damage here, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Jesse, you read it just like the book and the script that was written, but we did check a 3 here on this block. This was a 5 high for 6, of course, because we're Raphael. We give it at least 1 speed because we have 1 card in our card pool. This is going to have to commit quite a bit of our pieces here to pass this check.
Yeah. Oof. And then we have to flip a foundation of choice.
Yeah, I always thought the Byakko deck was supposed to be flipping our rivals' foundations, but as of right now, Byakko has the most face-down foundations ever, comparatively, in this matchup. But of course, that Berserker Bite is going to help us take a little bit less, and we're going to stave off some more of that, at least our live. Going down to 19, still taking half there, as that was a half block. We're going to have this very impactful ability, like you said, flip a foundation. All cards get +1 difficulty for the rest of the turn, which you would normally say is pretty bad defensively, but difficulty doesn't matter, at least when it comes to playing blocks. But it might matter if we ever try to press like a referee jury enhance, or does it only affect attacks? I don't actually know.
All right, so now we're going to start trying to play a bunch of our 4 diffs as 5 diffs, so they're all +1 difficulty. So now the throttle's got the throttle is like I said, it's always been the attack that we lead with a commit, we discard our hand, and then draw 1, and then we see what happens from here.
Yeah, and we have yet to do that, but ripping the double wish hard off of that enough talk maybe might put us in a position where we're allowed to do that, discard your entire hand here, to make this attack seem very impactful. But instead, we're going to just press the rerun throttle enhance, once again pitching this Feral Shriek from our hand, selective committal, get that Titanic combat committed. I don't want you building any more foundations. And if anything, though, Jesse, it now says that there's only 2 more ready foundations on Byakko's stage. 19 life is starting to look a little bit easier to deal with, but it all depends on what's left in Kai's hand. We're pitching it. We're pitching our entire hand is gone for the incredible enhance for +4
damage.
+4 damage, and we still have 2 attacks in our card pool, so we get 2 speed, of course, on this one as well. And we have access to double wish hard in our remove from game pile.
Yep, and there's referee jury here.
That's a big answer. Yeah, you
Good
gave it plus
answer.
4. I'll just set it back to 4. Of course, that referee jury enhance was on a 4 because of the Berserker Bite ability, but it checks no matter what. And now that we've pressed this button, this is the prime opportunity to use the once per turn on Byakko. This is the classic right here, the referee jury loop ability of playing a jury from hand, then immediately using Byakko to put a jury on top of your deck. And so when this jury's, hey, when this deals damage, I will draw a card. You immediately have another referee jury ready to go for a future attack. We're going to get our one draw here from the rewind throttle because we have discarded a card. We actually discarded a bunch of cards during this enhanced step. So we'll have a random one off the top.
Yeah, playing through a referee jury is, I always find it so, like, it's a really interesting game to play. Looks like we're going to start firing these wish hards.
Yeah, on a 3, 4, 5, +1 difficulty because of the Berserker Bike. So on a 6.
Actually, it's -1 difficulty, I think.
-1?
Because because wish hards of fury, and we flipped a, oh yeah, this is one of these cards I can't remember. It's Fervent Demeanor as our first enhance. So this one's for 5.
Oh, heck yeah. That's awesome then, because that's what we checked, Jesse. We're going to go. Now, the next one is going to be a little bit harder because that one only applies to the next Fury, of course. But you're right. I mean, this one easier to play. We're not going to get the powerful Blitz ability that you talked about. There's just not enough ready foundations on Byakko's stage. But with the conjunction of Raphael, this is still going to be, it's normally just a 2 low speed-wise, but we're going to give it +3 speed because we have these attacks in our card pool. At least... maybe? I don't actually remember. Yeah, you're right. It's a Fury. So Wish Hard, it's going to get a little faster. It's also a low. The question is that card that Kai drew off of the top important, or can we pitch it away again with Raphael?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the big decision here. Does this one card we have to hold it for a block or not?
Ooh, and it looks like we do have a block here, but we check a 3, which is going to let that block fail, and we didn't actually damage pump this one up too much. So we were at 15 from that rewind throttle, but we're going to take this Wish Hard and go down to 11. Sorry, it goes for 4.
Yep. Now are we gonna fire the other Wish Hard here?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, we didn't use that demeanor, or on this one. We do know, of course, that Byakko is sitting on another copy of Referee Jury. So even if you... so that's the thing, right, Jesse, is that we have to deal 11. The Wish Hard's for 4. If we use the Raphael, it actually goes to 8, but it won't ever actually be at 8 because we can use the Jury. But if that's the bait, that's great, but that means we still have a random card in our hand that we haven't played yet. As we check a 3 here, we're going to have to commit 4 foundations. Just let it go. But we'll take our momentum or potentially put these attacks back in our discard pile as Kai is getting pretty close to having to cycle.
Yeah. I'm just going to send those to the discard, send their card pool to the discard pile at the end of turn. Like, we really only have, I think our only momentum outlet is the resistance training. It looks like. So, and I'm awesome. So, like, if we don't have either of those on the board, I don't want to pile up with them. So, but look at the other side of the board here.
Yeah, it's just a billion foundations.
Yeah, see, it's all face outs though. It's just like I have stat. I can play my whole hand, but is it like we're giving everything +4 damage right now?
Yeah, exactly. That ultra rejuvenation coming into our stage, we didn't end up using it defensively, which is exactly right here, Jesse. That means our Byakko enhance is going to give +4 to all of our moves instead of what was normally just the 2 from earlier. But yeah, as we kick things off here, we are going to attack with a countering toss, I think is which one this is.
Yes, that is countering toss. That is the 4-bit for 4 throw. If you block a throw with it, the throw does no damage.
Yeah, the throw hit that you were talking about.
It's my go-to with Grog lately is playing that card.
Makes sense. And yeah, the fact that it's still a throw and it is going to go ahead and connect as we don't get a block here, going down to 24, and all of a sudden Raphael's life total is immensely in danger. That was from one move. We had to work so hard just to get Byakko down to 11 this game as the Raphael deck, and now here comes another double overhead hammer fist, and there's only 3 face-up foundations on Kai's board. If we block this one, the next one will be unblockable.
Yeah, that's the tough choice here. That's actually like, look at, we're setting up the stack here too.
Yeah, we're looking at our discard pile. We're gonna want to put something on top, and we have that ferocious attacker in our stage that says if you've dealt damage this turn, enhance flip, draw 1 card. Hey, we hit you with a throw. We're gonna be able to put any attack that we want. Oh, we're looking at the beast summoning, Jesse. We really want to. And there it is on top of the deck. That's our enhance. Do you have any way to get this card off of the top of the deck if you are Kai, but with 1 card in our hand and not a very face-up stage? Flip it over, draw the beast summoning, and now all of a sudden that 1 attack that you picked up could potentially turn into 4 attacks.
Yep.
I guess I'm wrong there. We're at 11. We can't afford for all of them.
Yeah, we get it's pay 4, correct?
Yeah, pay 4 life or pay 4 health. Go pick up another copy of Beast Summoning in your discard pile, which we only have 11, so we can only press that button twice.
Yeah, I think right now our whole situation is, do we have the zone for this fit, the Hammer Fist?
Yeah, and remember, this was a random card off of the top from the Rewind Throttle Enhance, and we are keeping it there. We don't know what it is. I have no idea what this card is. It could be something incredibly crazy, but it looks like we are going to take that double overhead straight to the face, going down to 15. And here it is, the first Beast Summoning on a 4/5/6, checks a 5, and we're going to commit this 4 difficulty foundation because there's another enhance ability on the Beast Summoning, Jesse. If you have 30 or more cards in your discard pile, the Byakko thing, ready 1, 3, 4, or 5 difficulty foundation, which is that Ultra Rejuvenation.
Yep.
Mill R3, continue to put aggression on the board here for Kai. We even have a stun hate piece at least. We kept the keeping Aerie safe, which means the stun 1 off of this first Beast Summoning isn't going to matter. But we're looking through our discard pile. There's another copy of Beast Summoning. We found it. Do we want to lose the 4? And there it is. We're going to lose our life and pick up another attack into our hand. All of a sudden, game 1 is slipping away from Kai after going first here as Raphael. That's exactly, for the Byakko fans at home, what they wanted. If you want to break serve, it's the place to do it on game 1, because then game 2 and 3 are yours to play with. It's looking pretty rough.
Yeah. I almost want to, if I have, the thing is, this is coming in for 9 damage.
Yeah, not lethal.
I say we take the 9. If we have the block zone for this next one, I want him to pay another 1 and pick up another 1. If there's one in
that is very fair.
I mean, that's the hope here, at least.
But we just have so many foundations. Like, we haven't checked poorly at all. No. So we can pass the last one that we pick up, even with all the stuff. So you're right, Jesse, but I think it just eventually still spells the end of the game, because this one's for 9. If we take it, we go to 6. You're allowed to half block even the next one, but it means that third Beast Summoning that would get played this turn is lethal. So unless there's just not another Beast Summoning in the discard pile, but it looks like we're going to go for the Grisha's block. This is a half, I'm pretty sure. And it is easily going to check here as we check a return to normalcy. But taking half of 9 still says you take 5.
Yep. Go to 10. And I think we have a Titanic Combat ready.
Yeah, so this next one is just lethal.
This looks lethal. Yep.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. We check off 5, tap 2 of these face downs, or even just this Ultra Rejuvenation because it's playable while committed. And this is going to be lethal as long as we press the buttons. But we're even going to look in our discard pile. Yep. Hey, look, here's the other Beast Summoning. I'll go down to 3. And I have lethal immediately here on board. There's no tricks. I can't think of anything else that you could be playing, that unless it's like some crazy outwit card that I can't think about right now. But we're going to keep milling, keep pressing all of our buttons, giving us the full show. But at this rate, Jesse, game 1 is going to go to Byakko here on the Earth symbol.
Yeah. I mean, the cat is tried and true, as we say. I always like to feel like we've always been looking. We had an old meme back in the day, Barrett. You remember the reptile meme from the Mortal Kombat era?
Yeah,
where it was like, it was always Raphael makes top cuts, now what?
Oh,
It's
and
like,
you're saying Byakko is the same energy.
it's in every top cut. There just always is one guy playing Byakko that makes top cuts. It's like, but we're waiting. I'm still waiting for one to convert fully.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
you're not wrong. Like,
yeah,
it is. You ready? I have the same energy about Pony, to be honest. Like,
yep.
it is a premier aggro 7 hand size character. We saw what Mike Hardiman was doing last weekend in Spain, and even adjacently here, Alex is doing very similar technology of, like, the Hunter's Ally building and things like Genghis Frog. But I it doesn't win the whole thing. It is something to keep a hold of and remember that exists, but it's just really difficult to win a whole tournament, Jesse, right? Card games are hard. I mean, if you want to really talk about it, card games are hard. Competitive card games are tough. You are asking these individual human beings on any given weekend, hey, you have to play flawlessly. You're allowed to lose one or two, of course, but at the end of the day, only one person can win. And with Sam T breaking serve here, he is posturing himself to make a top 4 appearance here at the last Oceanic Regional of this competitive season, which could be huge on their chances of going to Worlds this year and being an auto lock for day 2.
Yeah. Why? That's the objective here. We like collect all the points possible, because after this for OCE, you have to grind the local championships.
Yeah, local championships, and then if you'd like to, and then if you have at least 50, you're allowed to go to Worlds day 1, of course, and fight your way into day 2. But having that auto lock to day 2 is very much what people are looking for.
Yeah, I think the one thing people want to remember also, isn't there some other incentive out there for players to have the highest amount of points in their region? Isn't there? If I remember correctly from the Worlds and from our announcement for the schedule for the year, isn't it for OCE, it's top 4 in the region get a flight and a hotel for Worlds?
I have no idea, and without a graphic, I wouldn't trust what I have seen in the past. I don't remember. I don't know.
I mean, I'm just going. I mean, it's information that is out there, and that's what's been presented previously.
If somebody found it, I'm happy to talk about it. But yeah, I don't know, and I don't want to lie to people. By accident, of course. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if we find it, you're 100% right. I mean, the goal is it's not just about getting the day 2 invite, right? You're right, Jesse. Like, there is a reward for people that get the most amount of points within their region. It looks like confirmation we're getting from production. Yes, it is the top 4, Jesse. You are correct. Yes. So there is a real reason to be in the top 4 of the point accumulators. So this event matters a lot when it comes down to being able to go to Worlds and having it good to go for you. You just get to go. You just need the time off, right? And, with Worlds very quickly approaching, that is exactly what these players are playing for. And I think all 8 of them today are wanting that prize. But game 2 here, Jesse, like you said, Kai isn't playing with a sideboard. The deck does what the deck is supposed to do. We're going to be able to go first once again. What do we adapt with? And I think my biggest answer here, Jesse, is we've got to find the Toad. We have to find Genghis Frog.
Sure do. Yeah, I just actually found if that is going by the standard that it's UK, the EU has 4 slots that get the highest top 4 points get the full accommodations and for travel. OCE gets top 4, and North America's top 8. Let me tell you, North America, you look at that point leaderboard currently, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty rigorous. As well as when you have people like Andrew Porat, who have already won 2 regionals this year, you feel like he's like an auto lock, right? He doesn't even have to go and play it anymore. But that being said, Jesse, we still have a Toronto regional. We still have another Atlanta regional. And we still have another Northeast regional that happens in December. Someone could come out of nowhere and win 3 regionals in a row and take over Andrew Porat's position. So you never know. Things could happen this entire year. But a build 4 here, including the Grisha's Attack Titan, build 5 for Raphael. Still no Frog, but that's a great start to this game too.
Yep. Yeah, I just actually checked the leaderboard. I only currently have 12 points.
Oh, that's not enough, Jesse.
I know. I gotta show up to Toronto. I gotta do my thing.
Well, I'll be exciting to watch that one. But we're not at Toronto just quite yet. We have this impeccable top 8 to play out. Byakko building 3, and I want to talk about one of the key pieces here that we built, Thunderous Roar. Most of the attacks that we played last game, Jesse, were very blockable. They were just base speed or things like double overhead hammer fist when it's a 0 speed. But Thunderous Roar, as soon as we unlock 30 cards in our discard pile, will give +1 speed for each face down in your rival's stage. And if you have the 30 in your discard pile, it does it again.
Yep. It looks like we're just gonna build. We're gonna do the double build again.
It makes sense. Not finding enough attacks. We are still a 6-hander, right? And although we have the Grish's attack Titan to give us another Fury attack or Titan from our discard pile, you need the attack still to start the onslaught. And again, Jesse, I really think a Genghis Frog is going to be the key of how we can chew through 38 life, because without it, it's so hard.
Yeah, we are. The one benefit we have in this match is we are not behind. We are just allowing. We're just trying to stay. We're trying to stay ahead on the build here as much as possible. Like, look at, like, we're almost triple the foundations of the guys. Almost triple the foundations of Byakko currently.
Yeah, and I mean, Sam is saying, "Hey, I'm gonna be the first one to sling an attack." Then, as the counter toss coming in once again, and because we have at least a 3 difficulty foundation in our stage, this is gonna get at least +3 damage. It's gonna be a 7 damage throw, which is gonna hopefully deal at least 4 even on the block. And we're going to start flipping the stage on the other side.
Yeah. This is the quintessential line here. Like, this is what we always expect Byakkos to do. Tried and true. I'm just going to play a throw and put some damage on it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's what they do. And you're like, okay. And then they the thing is there's a lot of throws this deck could be playing, but sometimes you don't need throws. Sometimes you're just like, well, I have Thunderous Roar. Thunderous Roar just makes people, like, it just makes any attack unblockable at this point.
Talking about throws, it's not just about playing these throws and getting the Byakko enhance. We have finally found our first copy of Massive Size. We checked the 3, so we have to tap 1 because this is a 3 difficulty foundation when you have more life than your opponent. So we tapped 1, but having this now printed 5 difficulty foundation in our stage says that the Byakko enhance for damage is going to give +5, and at any point we can enhance commit the Massive Size for another +5 damage. All of a sudden, those throws that we were just talking about, counter toss isn't going to be for 7 anymore, Jesse. It's actually going to be for 14 if you want it to be.
Yep.
But we are kicking things off. We got a block of an enough talk last turn, but we ended up drawing another one. But we check a 3 on this one, and I think the top 3 cards that we remove here from this enough talk are going to be a huge factor of what happens in this game right now.
Yeah, we got to send. Oh, where's one?
Rewind Throttle's pretty good.
We'll take a Throttle. Throttle is a solid play here.
It just means that because that's now at your disposal for later, we can play out what we have in our hand, do all the stuff, eventually start pressing the Raphael enhance, then go to the Rewind Throttle, and you feel a little bit better about having this nice little piece that you get to still press the Raphael, discard your hand, enhance, and give it a ton of damage.
Yeah. We're going to start looking at what we can do. Like, what's our follow-up after this? That's the big question. What can we, what do we got? Are we going to go dig something out? We could, I almost want to see, oh, we just took down the chin. All right.
6 to the face. Feels pretty good. You're not staring against Titanic Combats this game, right, Jesse? I mean, we built 2 of those on turn 1 for Sam last game. So getting that 6 damage in right now matters a lot. And maybe it's because you said, what do we follow this up with? There's a bunch of high attacks in this deck, Jesse. Lethal Slashes are the ideal second attack. And, of course, that United in Battle that we saw earlier last game. But it looks like we have a Rewind Throttle of our own from our hand. Checks a 5 on it with that resistance training getting checked. And this is going to help even commit down some of these other pieces. Yet, most of these are not really defensive cards.
Yeah, these look very offensive or spams. But we're going to draw a card here without that Wish Hard.
Yeah, the Wish Hard discard.
We'll commute, draw a card, and commit.
I think it was a Growing Unease, which is like a good first enhance flip draw, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, there's not a lot really going on the defensive side here. Enhance-wise, of course.
We've got... I think the throttle here, I think the throttle is like, do we have other, like, we're getting this +2 speed. We're actually drawing the card off the throttle. So I think we're just trying to dig here. We're trying to find that frog.
I do. I think that's the biggest question, right? And I think that's the hardest part about playing a Raphael. As this one's going to connect, it's just another 3 damage there. You really have to make the correct decision on when you're going to press the I'm going to discard my whole hand effect, because especially against a character like Byakko, and now that they've built a massive size, you are not allowed to go 0 defensive down against that deck. But the United in Battle, I'm sorry, coming out. And so
another one you just don't like. It's like you got to block these eventually. It's like I'm gonna keep coming at you.
Yeah,
now this is a 7 high for 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you. You've got to start playing high blocks, because if you don't play the high blocks here, it means you're not gonna have high blocks for hopefully something else. But continuing to mill 3 cards from our deck as Byakko, trying to get more cards in our discard pile. But like you said, 7 high. If we even press the Raphael enhance, we could make it even bigger, but then we just wouldn't have a foundation. But this card does say draw a card when you deal damage. We did use a final test before playing this. We did draw a random card off the top for us. But it looks like we might just be sending this one. We're looking at it. Our remove from game pile. We do still have access to that rewind throttle that we grabbed from the Enough Talk. I think we're thinking about it, Jesse. We might have a Wish Heart in our hand, which would say that this Raphael enhance doesn't actually leave us with 0.
And we also have to pick up from Attack Titan. We have Grisha's Attack Titan.
The Grishas. I totally forgot about the Grishas. You're right.
I think it's all really, it comes down to the checks if we go that direction here.
Yeah, it does. And we've already readied these capture the targets, as this is our 3rd attack in our card pool. And, we had to pass these checks because we went 5 diff, 4 diff into another 4 diff. And, sometimes the checks just don't go your way, Jesse. We checked a 3 on that first one.
There we go.
And here it is. We're going to discard our entire hand for Raphael for +4 damage, putting this up to 8, making it a little more threatening, and we will get a random card off the top. And, of course, if this United in Battle does connect, we'll draw a bonus card, and we can make our stage a little bit bigger by building in a foundation of difficulty 4 or less from our hand.
I would love to see we just rip the cuff top, and it's like, I'll just drop it right into play. Like, look at that.
Absolutely. Do we have a high block? Do we even go for the block here? Again, 7 speed, Jesse. It's so fast. Raphael just keeps ramping and ramping up the speed in his card pool. And it looks like we're taking it. On hit, draw a card, and we can build in a foundation. Resistance training. That's a good one, Jesse. And especially because we're getting momentum this turn, we feel way more comfortable going to 0 cards this game, or in this attack turn. That was a crazy rip off the top.
I think they refer to that as a bingo.
A bingo. Yeah. Grisha's Attack Titan coming in here, picking up any Fury card that we want, and we're just going to grab a Wish Heart here. Which, do we just play because it's a 3 difficulty move? Do we just go for the rewind throttle now? Use that Wish Heart that we picked up as an extra draw from the rewind throttle enhance? But instead, the card we drew from the Wish Heart was a Lethal Slash. 4, 5, 6, 7, checks a 5, turns to our foundation sideways. This one's going to leave the card pool and draws us a bonus card.
And we're just pushing high here. We are just like, I don't think you got anything for me. Oh, are we going to pitch our hand again?
I mean, we have a Wish Heart. We already built down that resistance training. Whatever our random draw that we might get here from the Lethal Slash would be the reason why we choose not to. But remember, Jesse, this Lethal Slash will remove itself from the card pool after it resolves because it was played as the second card or greater or whatever. Yeah. And then we still have a rewind throttle in our remove from game pile. And there it is. We are pressing the Raphael enhance. Discard our hand. That Wish Heart will draw us a new random card, and we'll give it +4. I think we need to... I thought our life totals need to be... I thought we should be at 21 because we use that Raphael enhance. I don't know if I'm missing track of that, but now this Lethal Slash being for 8.
And it's +4 speed.
Oh, it's not a Fury. Oh, he corrected me. I thought United in Battle was a Fury. It doesn't get the bonus damage from Raphael, of course, so it didn't actually matter. But
oh, darn.
Yeah, that one is going to connect, pushing us down to 17, removes itself, and now we have a random card in our hand, and we still have a rewind throttle that we could play. But, Jesse, it would be on a 4, 5, 6, 7. Checking a single 3 here would be devastating.
Yep. I want to just play the throttle here. I think.
I want to too, Jesse.
See what happens.
But if this is just like a 1 difficulty foundation, oh, what is that? I don't even know what that card is.
That is the starter deck.
The retro art. The retro art. Yeah.
It's isn't that new? That's 1 second here.
I was like, I saw the turtles and I was like, I don't know what that card is. Is that a daily training?
Yeah, it's a daily training from the starter deck.
Okay, perfect. Wow, see, that's what I'm saying. So we checked a 3 on that foundation, so it's kind of good that we didn't play the rerun throttle. But playing that foundation says we get to go to 0 cards in hand, and if Byakko plays an attack at all, that resistance training response could come in here, which would allow Kai to draw all the way back up to 6 cards in hand defensively.
Yep. That is not what you want this deck to do. Like,
no.
Like, oh, the deck that just likes to discard their hand just drew a new hand.
But my question to you, Jesse, is do you spend a whole nother turn not attacking? I think that's very scary to do. You're now down to 17. That was one of the better aggressive turns that we had seen from Kai in this match. If it happens again, and you chose not to attack, you just built some foundations. We just reviewed a referee jury, Jesse. Like,
yeah.
Like, are you not going to swing? We built the massive size. We could really threaten the life total here. And it looks like we're going to kick things off with this Survey Core Teamwork. Very, very powerful secret rare. I'm honestly surprised, Jesse, that this one doesn't see a lot more play, but it's a 5 difficulty move, and it has a blitz ability that says your next 2 attacks this turn get +1 speed and +2 damage, and for each of those attacks, you're allowed to change their zones.
And we just drew 6 cards. It's like,
yeah.
All right.
It makes sense. Get the resource out of the Raphael stage. We've got to do something, because even if they drew the cards, Jesse, there's still only 4 ready foundations on Kai's board. How many of these moves can you block, especially with the extra stats that are going to be coming through with things like Thunderous Roar, Massive Size, our character, and now the Survey Core Teamwork also giving 1/2 to all of these next 2 moves. Return to normalcy built in from our daily training. Wow, that's actually a crazy strong play here. From the 6 cards that we drew, we built in that daily training to set us up to build in a powerful damage or speed reset. That's a great play. Now I feel a little bit more comfortable for Kai, at least defensively. What an awesome play to use for that new card from a TMNT.
Yeah, the survey core here, this blitz is quite crazy. Like this card is kind of it. There are cards that have previously been like this, of like, hey, change it, like your next X cards get all these bonuses, stats, and effects. We found a frog and we have to block with it.
Which is rough. I wish this frog would be on the stage, but I mean, speaking of these secret rare backups, Jesse, it is very nice that most of them are, they have these 0 mid blocks. They very much feel like the energy of the old buddy blocks of the times of the past, where we aren't putting character cards in our deck anymore unless you're a couple of characters, right? But now we get to have these backups that are so powerful that they essentially have character abilities on them, aka +3 damage to all of your moves. That's basically that's what Godzilla does. And it has a 0 mid block to help you out because of this nice little extra buddy in your deck. Love, love, love it.
Let's see here. Looks like we got an update from the board here. It looks like who got the win here? I'm just double checking. Avison? Took their match against Matt.
There we go. That means any Aaron Yeager Humanity's Hope fans at home, I'm so sorry to report to you, but the order off has been won by Avison on that Hawks deck. One of the Hawks is moving on to top 4. Very impactful, but also impactful, this Battle Aura release. And honestly, Jesse, I don't even know what zone this is, because Survey Core Teamwork gives it an extra 1 speed and 2 damage, and we could have made this normally high move. We could have changed its zone.
Yeah. I think we're about to have a game of footsie here with Boba and Normalcy, though, of like, do you do the I like Boba and Normalcy in this situation, because it's like, okay, when do they press the pass button? When do they do the pass?
Yeah.
Like, which
absolutely.
do you do it? I love doing my favorite play is a Byakko pump first. And if I'm getting 5 damage, I'm usually fine with just seeing the 5 damage. Like, all right, 4 eye for 9, and they're just like, wait, what?
We are kind of posturing, though, as Sam, that we don't really have lethal this turn because we used our Byakko once per turn, put a Referee Jury on top, used the draw ability off of the Battle Aura release to draw that Referee Jury here, and then we milled 3 to get the rest of our Byakko enhances off. But you're right. I mean, it is footsie. According to the production, this Battle Aura release actually is a low attack. Which I know we can't tell, but that means we are going to be able to full block it with this capture the target, and we checked a 3, which means it's going to fail. We're going to take a hefty amount of damage to the face, and there might still be more attacks coming. We just have already set ourselves up to have that Referee Jury in our hand for defense.
Yeah, that was a rough one. That checking that 3 there was not what we were looking for.
But... yeah, 17 now for Raph. It is 17 all across the board, and there isn't any more attacks. So getting that Referee Jury and setting that up was the play. We are going to miss out on one of those Survey Corps teamwork carry-through effects, but it's just a build 1 foundation pass, and we will take our momentum and run. Passing it back to now Kai. And you have to think too, Jesse, not only did we draw those 6 cards defensively, we got to build in one of those foundations. We got to play a couple blocks. We are essentially doing a better job at like sculpting our hand as well defensively as we choose not to review, it looks like. So those extra cards that we had might be more gas. And we'll have to see. We're looking at deck. We're looking at discard piles. We're looking at remove from game piles as Kai's deck is getting relatively low on card count wise, trying to see where things are and what our chances of checking attacks, I'm sure, or drawing them.
Yeah. You start. This is definitely the point in the match of this game where you're just going, okay, I have to try like this. I have to close this game quickly because they have 34 minutes left.
Yeah, enough talk is pretty good to get that rolling. It's going to remove the top 3 cards. Nothing. No dice on that one. And I mean, I don't want to bring it up, but this deck removes a lot of cards, Jesse. If we go to our first cycle, we already have 10-ish or plus cards in our remove from game pile. The first cycle removes 10 more. It gets a little scary, but the fact that this enough talk is just going to be a 5 high for 6 with our character giving it an extra speed. There's not really much else going on here, and we don't have any extra attacks on our remove from game pile to snag from its own extra effect.
Yeah, we're looking. I think we're like, the thing is like 6 damage here is still like we're sitting on a Referee Jury. That's awesome, but like all you're doing is preventing 2 damage here if you jury this. Like you're pretty much using jury to draw another. You're trying to do the jury loop where you like play a jury, stack another jury to be able to draw on the hit. I think that's all we're hoping for here.
Yeah, I mean, and that defensive play alone is sometimes just enough to get through because you're already a 38 health character, but with a non-block coming through here off of that, knocking Byakko even lower to 11. Lethal Slash from hand is going to help us set things up very well. Checks a 3 on it, of course. I can only imagine we wanted to grab that rewind throttle off of that enough talk blitz, but we just didn't get it.
We'll take our 1 draw here off the Lethal Slash. That's the one thing about Lethal Slash is like they're one and dones. You like you don't get another shot at them. You don't get another play. So you're like, all right, I got my 1 Lethal Slash. It converted to another card and cleared.
And speaking of Lethal Slashes, and the other thing we should note, as Byakko is now at 11, when you threaten these Lethal Slashes, they don't feel the best to block, right? Because they are going to leave no matter what. We are going to go for a block here, though. But even so, when you go to block them, you feel like your opponent got so much value because you felt like you had to block this 4 damage move. But Sam has to keep his health like higher because Referee Jury is great. But if you play the Referee Jury and still take the move, you can't play them when you're at 4 or less health. You're not allowed. You will just die. So Lethal Slash number 2 on a 5, and that one checks very well. As we're going to get another draw here. And again, another incremental 4 damage here is going to mean eventually these Referee Juries won't actually matter as much.
Yep. I think this actually might be the right line to do in this situation. It's just, I think we have a bunch of attacks in hand. I think we just keep shooting them at their base damage and be like, hey, you could jury to draw a card. That's the best you're gonna get off this.
And it puts a card in your card pool, right, Jesse? So like you means you won't be blocking future moves, and even as there, we throw a block away. We're gonna take the 4 there, go down to 7. Now the double referee jury play doesn't even keep you alive. You get to do it once.
Oh.
And enough talk on a 6. Checks a 3, though, is going to really hurt our stage. But this one on the cycle, by the way, we're going to cycle our deck as we play this one. We are going to get a fresh chance to remove 3 cards from the top of Kai's deck. And hopefully it might be some more impactful attacks.
Yeah, that is. Oh, man, if we checked a 5 on that, this would have been
golden.
Crazy.
Absolutely golden.
Yeah, but now it's like, but here's the thing: it's now, like it's like, all right, we're gonna move this 10, and then all right, we're slow rolling. I would not, with the amount of time we have left, I would not be slow rolling our cycle. I'd be like, I want these cards gone and moving on to my blitz.
If this ends up being the last turn, I think we're still doing okay, right? You know, I mean, Kai doesn't spend any time sideboarding. It will be Sam's first time going first in the match if we do end up going to that game 3. Removing 3, enough talk, a rewind throttle, giving us some extra gas in the tank this turn if we can afford to check them and pass them. But even now, like, this is going to be a 6 high for 6 right here. Do you referee jury this one? Even then, if you take the 4, you go down to 3.
Oh, no, we have the best line ever, though. They referee jury that, like, you send this for 6. And if they referee jury this, you moment of normalcy it back to printed and then discard your hand.
True. Wow, that is pretty good. Of course, we would be playing an enhanced then, which means we'd have to turn the return moment of normalcy sideways, and then we could get jury response in the card pool to commit another foundation. It gets a little dicey, though, depending on what difficulty attack you're going to end up playing, but we haven't seen the referee jury enhance come out at all. I just don't know if we're going to be pressing it, and instead, we're going to try and block.
Hand. Yep,
oh,
we know.
Okay.
We just sent our hand away. We're like, all right, I'm going to do this.
This is pretty good here, Jesse. I think it might be exactly what you said. And although we set it to 4, it looks like we might be pressing that enhance. Okay, we're going to press the Byakko button first.
I think we're dexterous.
I think we passed.
Dexterous assault is our pickup here. Yep.
Yeah, dexterous assault seems to be the one.
I have all zones. I hope it's good.
Yeah, but you still have to be able to block them. And now having that extra card in the card pool and any attack that Raphael plays next, it looks like we just sent it. It's for the 4.
Yep.
We're at 3. Referee jury is no longer the play, but the next attack is going to get +3 speed. And why not play the one that's a 5 speed base move on a 4/5/6? Checks a 5 here. This is going to feel way better because any extra things we try to play, we now can ready to capture the targets. Even if Sam finds a way to block this 8-speed move, Sam, or Jesse,
yep,
we are going to have 6 ready foundations on our character and the ability to play that enough talk that we removed as well. Even on an 8, we're going to be able to pass it. This is 2 moves Sam must block, and I just don't think it's going to happen, Jesse.
Yeah. I think we go to game. I think Sam should just pick up and go to game 3.
I would agree. I mean, like you said, we still have 30 minutes. 30 minutes is plenty of time to still play a game 3. We are going to get these readies in. It's already been given the plus speed. I can only imagine 3 damage is exactly lethal. Even a partial block here would live, but we do the block math. 8, 9, 10 minimum. We're just going to pass it through. Game 2 going to Kai, finally getting the win over the Byakko, but now the uphill battle begins. Sam Taylor on Byakko is going to be able to go first here in this game 3, having already broken serve in game 1. This is getting crazy. I don't know what's going to... I want to cheer for the new TMNT character here, but we lost game 1, so it's so hard that we had to fight so hard just for that game 2, and now game 3 is going to be even more difficult. I think Sam, if he finds a strong hand, is going to be able to build things like those thunderous roars or the massive sizes earlier on, really putting up an offense, and Kai's going to be on the back foot, it feels like, for most of the game.
Yeah, this is I'm hoping we find Frog on 1. That's my hope here.
That'd be nuts. That'd be crazy.
Because then we could really pressure. Then it really pressures the Byakko to like, hey, I have to get rid of that Frog or I'm going to have a lot of problems. Like, I have had to waste 2 attacks to kill a frog before. It is not fun at all.
No, I 100% agree with you. I mean, there was even, I think, it might have been yesterday. I don't remember when we were talking about it, like, but like there was an opportunity where, yeah, you guys were commentating, and I thought there was going to be like a really powerful decision to like attack somebody's backup, and we just didn't make the decision because, Jesse, when it comes down to these kind of nail biter situations, sometimes it feels really bad attacking backups, but that can just sometimes be the best way to remove them. And especially with these secret rare elusive backups from TMNT, not only can you not attack it with your first attack, you have to spend it on the second one, and they all have these sort of like abilities that are a detriment to you when you do attack them.
Oh, let's see here. Okay, so we are going. Well, it looks like Sam here is like, hey, I'm gonna swap out some cards for. I'm wondering if, because we didn't see him checked. I want to wonder if Sam is bringing in the Great Buckler.
Ooh,
like lock those lethal slashes down.
I think it could happen for sure. As we're going first, though, you would think that like if you win game 1 and you're going second, it feels like a very good defensive thing to do to try and win at game 2 as well. I think going first, yes, it's a great tool. It's also just a 1-diff, right? Great Buckler feels so impactful to even just play in your main board or in your sideboard because it's not a huge deck building cost, right? It's just only weird if you don't run into a matchup that's using cards that leave the card pool. So yeah, I 100% agree with you, Jesse. I think that's a great card to bring in here. And what about Kai, though? What cards do you think Kai's going to bring in from his sideboard? Just kidding, guys. He doesn't have a sideboard because Kai is so confident on what he's doing and what he has. He doesn't have one because Raphael is a machine and it is well oiled on what it is trying to do here. Don't need to bring in any sideboard pieces when you don't need them.
Taking a look at the bracket here with just past 25 minutes left in the top 8. No other matches have finished yet outside of Avison's match.
I mean, Jesse, if I got an hour and a half to play my Top Cut match, I'm going to use the whole time I got. I paid for this. I'm going to get my mileage out of it. And of course, again, it's high intense decision making when it comes down to it, right? Of course, our game as a whole is that, but these players, as we stated earlier, there's a real reason to be in the top 4 of the Oceanic region of points. These matches matter a lot. Even getting top 4 at this regional could be a reason why a player gets enough points to breach that threshold of the top 4 in their region. Getting that win here, getting the match matters a lot. But as we start things off in game 3, Sam Taylor building 3 foundations, not necessarily the most impactful ones. This is now going second for Kai that we haven't normally seen this entire match. And we might get a build 5, but we check the 3 so we can just tap our character sideways. And one of the cards that we built, by the way, is in one of those copies of Daily Training. If Sam goes to play an attack and we have another foundation in our hand that fits the bill for Daily Training, we could build another one.
Yep. I'm hoping that's the play here. Is like, hey, I'm gonna build we have a couple attacks here. Sam's got a few attacks on this line, but I want to see that Daily Training go off here. And we're gonna start off with we checked the 3 on the Titan Cliff.
Yeah, not the greatest start. It's going to turn our entire stage sideways, which is going to leave us quite vulnerable for Kai. And if I'm Kai and I do have a foundation to build, that's the green light for me to immediately slam it into my stage. And then even just like a partial block here on the Titan Cliff is going to feel way powerful. And it looks like we are flipping for the Byakko enhance. And the question is, do we flip that Daily Training over and build another foundation? Or if these are just attacks, Jesse, we just hold on to them.
Yeah, I think I want to wait until I see. It looks like we are gonna just put it back to printed. Like, no, back to printed.
Makes sense. As I'm trying really hard to look at these cards. Oh, it is just double wish hard. Okay, so those are low blocks, Jesse. We're not blocking this Titan Cliff, so resetting its damage back to printed makes a lot of sense to me.
Hitching 3 attacks. Like, I have to go find some foundations.
I mean, but like that's the perk, right? Is that you're a character like Raphael. The Daily Trainings give you so much value, even on your offensive turn, right? Because you're going to have to discard your hand at some point anyway if you want to start using your character. Why not build foundations along the way that you would have been discarding anyway?
Yeah. It looks like we're just going to we're going to go build out and pass and take the momentum.
Building 3, though, is pretty good. And we didn't even have a 6 check, by the way, in our discard pile for the build of 6 from the Titan Cliff. So those are the only extra foundations that we're going to have in our stage from this turn. The Titanic Combat, though, going a long way, as we saw in Game 1, could help us get our stage to be a little healthier. But as we pass back to Kai at 26, still having to figure out a way to chew through 38. If we draw a frog, I think I want to build it. I want to build as much as we can if we drew a frog.
Yep. And listen, we're staring at that hand for a second. We're making decisions. Like I'm fine with even with it's only one Titanic combat. Let's fire this off. Let's fire off the enough talk and see what happens.
Checking a 3 doesn't feel the best, but we're gonna commit our face down and this foundation that we haven't really used all match, which is fine. And we're gonna hope that we draw or rip some good ones off the top of this blitz.
That's a good one.
It feels pretty good to get the lethal slash. That is probably the prime target to grab here, at least on turn 2, because you're allowed to play this one immediately after this. You might never have to press a Raphael pitch your hand enhance because that one's just a great one to use.
Yep. And it looks like we built down an I'm awesome.
No, I'm awesome. No, you're awesome.
Awesome. We're all awesome.
Yeah, I'm awesome. Feels very good to have in your stage ready to go. And again, that also tells me that it's just like, how many more attacks you want to play. Daily training just giving you an easy way to get more foundations in your stage without having to risk playing them on progressive.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we just went straight for it. We also just did it because I'm going to press my Raphael enhance right now, really start threatening the damage. We pitched our whole hand, Jesse, but we had double wish hard, so we got some cards back, but we're immediately have a referee jury that Sam had in his hand, setting the damage back down to 4. Really rough to run into that on your turn 2 as Kai.
Yep. And I think we're just like, all right, I guess we're just going to get in for 4.
Yeah, and you're going to give them a foundation as well. It's really rough. That was the last card in their hand is crazy. So random draw off the top, and then also building that extra foundation. We have some new cards here, of course, in Kai's hand, but we have that lethal slash as well. So we could just find ourselves trying to get even more cards to draw and build another defensive board. On a 5, it checks.
Perfect.
We're great. It's going to draw us another card here. Eventually. At some point. Or not. No, there it is. Okay, I was like, did we just not press the blitz? All right. So we drew our card. We now have 3 cards in our hand. And since this lethal slash did not come from our hand, it came from our remove from game pile due to the enough talk. Going to continue to mill more cards here for Sam's side of the board to get 30 in our discard pile as quickly as possible. Do we see another Raph in hand? Do we try and push this and make this a little more difficult? But there's a random card in Sam's hand. It could be a high block. This isn't one of the fastest moves, but it is going to connect, and it will remove itself from the card pool after it resolves.
Yeah, we're going to take the 4 or get 4 in here. We'll take that. But we need at least one. I think we got one more attack to play. I think we're deciding if we're going to play it even.
Yeah, I think it is the United on a 5. Checking a 3, though, isn't the best for us. But if this one also ends up connecting, it will draw us another card, and it will at least give us another foundation in our stage as long as we have one to build.
Yeah, so we're going to get
6
this.
high.
Yeah, 6 high for 4 here. We're going to get the commit to go off.
We press and enhance, right? We want to keep giving speed with our character, which is going to really deter our stage. Great defense here from Sam for having that referee jury exactly when they needed it. Regardless if we block with this card in our hand, I don't think it really matters. The fact is that when you only have to look at that return to normalcy and we have a Titanic combat in our stage, we could end up getting there. But it does connect, builds us a capture the target that we had in our hand, and we'll have to see how much more we have to go. Building a Grisha's on a 4. And it checks.
Fast from there. Yep.
Yeah, fix the frog there. Takes our 2 momentum. Passing it back to Byakko.
If we win this, if the Raphael wins this match and the frog didn't even matter. Be like, oh yeah, we're good. The frog did it. The frog wasn't even needed. It was just there.
I think it just makes me look bad, right? In the sense of like I
We
thought
kept
it, I
pushing
thought it was going to be a big piece on how we chew through 38 health, and instead we're just doing it the hard way. So, but drawing 5 to start Sam's turn off, and here is that Survey Corps teamwork. If there are 2 more attacks that follow this one, they're going to get +1 speed and +2 damage, and you can change their zones. Which last time we saw this being played, there was only 1 attack to be followed up with. But the closer and closer we get to 30 cards in our discard pile for Sam, we could just end up playing an attack that draws something and stacking a card, or just doing the stack here and having one of these fearsome transformations draw us a card in our discard pile. So it's also a 5 mid for 5 base. The highest difficulty foundation in stages right now is just 2.
Yeah.
So Byakko milling 3 for +2 damage isn't the best. Honestly, a sigh of relief if you're Kai.
Yeah. Like there could be a massive size on that board, and an ultra regen, and we're like, well, we're gonna rip away pretty quick here.
Yeah. Yeah, 30 or more cards in your discard pile. We are counting to see how close we are. I'm in suspense, Jesse.
Yep, we're checking
I don't know
the
if we're
number.
there. Visually, doesn't look like 30 cards to me, but Sam's deck is massive. So sometimes it's just like the comparison. You're not really sure, but it looks like we're not quite there yet. Because I could only imagine that we would maybe do it here and then draw the card off of with a fearsome transformation, because we do have a momentum. Oh, I'm wrong. We're going back in.
Going back in. It's like, I'm gonna check it again and again.
And it actually also too, it makes the moment of normalcy not feel as great here, because Byakko's not giving a massive amount of damage. You know, we're not staring across massive size or thunderous roar. So it, aside from the +1 speed and +2 damage, and then whatever we get, I mean, this is probably the best one to reset if you're just gonna choose not to block. And I mean, we didn't block the Survey Corps, so
yeah.
Battle War released. Yeah.
This one's only going to get, let's see here. We have a lot of flips we could also press.
Yeah, we could draw a full 3 cards here and then draw a 4th card off the Battle Aura release, and then we would easily have 5 face downs in our stage to give this a massive amount of damage. But again, you're staring across that moment of normalcy, or return to normalcy, sorry. Or no, moment of normalcy, I was right. Do you think there's also just still that kind of game of chicken here of like, do I press the Battle Aura release button first for damage, see what you do, and then send it? Or do I just use the Byakko enhance for damage and send it? But then if you use the moment of normalcy, I could also use the Titanic Combat for +2 and make you commit that last foundation in your stage. I think there is some real intricacies here, because we only have to chew through 19 more. And remember, this already came in with +1, +2. And I'm going to assume it's a low. We made the last one a low last game.
Yeah, it's like this is already currently at 8 damage. We're going to draw and we're just drawing. Yeah, we're flipping to draw cards here. We're just trying to set up for a bit for this. Like, hey, I'm going to keep drawing cards while we're going back and forth. I'll wait for you to do something.
I can only imagine I would want to play another. Oh, I got to think. We have 3 face-up foundations. Double overhead hammer fist is not quote-unquote unblockable yet. We'd have to play another move and then the overhead. No, even then you could still do it. Yeah, so I don't know what the ideal target here is. I mean, we're looking at a beast summoning. That could potentially give us more moves, because even if you don't have a beast summoning in your discard pile right now, when you go to play the beast summoning, you have the ability to mill 6 more cards because you're Byakko. You could find another one and then press the enhance. But it also isn't going to give us the value of readying one of those 3, 4, or 5 difficulty foundations, because we just don't have one.
I think that we're just trying to hold. I'm expecting right now the Grishas might turn into, I have to pick up the right block here. Like luckily we've done 3 draws and they've all been foundations.
Yeah, it's been rough. I think Grishas is only form timing, is it not?
Oh, you're right. Grishas is form. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I always think it's an enhance.
That's big. We just used the moment of normalcy enhance. I think we pressed an enhance, gave it some more damage, and we said, nope, I want to only take 4, please.
Yeah, he must have pressed all the buttons on it. He's like, all right, I guess I'll take 4.
This is the one to do it, right? Especially, like you said, Jesse, Sam is trying to draw as many cards as they possibly can, very much showing that we don't have a lot more. Going down to 14 now for Raphael, but there's a double overhead hammer fist. 0 high for 5, but actually it will be a 1 whatever zone. I'm going to assume low again for 7. And with the Titanic combat, we could tap down that last foundation, and we have a momentum for its other enhance, Jesse. We normally don't see it happen a lot, but just tapping out your opponent's stage and giving it some speed from its other ability could be enough.
Yeah.
It's not going to do 14, but it's going to hit really hard.
Yeah, this is going to do, let's see here. We're going to start at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
10, 11 with the Titanic. It would be 3 off of lethal. It would say that basically almost any attack that Sam would play could be game.
Yep.
Which, at least as far as I'm aware, we still haven't done our once per turn. We could once per turn stack any attack here. Hopefully one with a lot of speed.
I would just stack a throw.
Oh, the throw is way smarter. You're 100% right. Yeah, you just throw. You stack the overhead, the shoulder toss. The forward
counter toss.
Right? Counter toss.
Counter toss. Stack the counter toss it's either stack counter toss or.
Yeah, and that's the card in our momentum, right? We could spend the momentum for the ability on the double overhead, put it in our discard pile, stack it on top, press the fearsome transformation, draw it. It's on a 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think it's failable.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think this might be game.
Can we block this move? That's the question. So Raphael does give minus speed, but the problem is that we don't have any things in our card pool. So that's off the table. Double overhead is spend 1 momentum. All right, okay, we're getting a draw. We're pressing fearsome. Ooh, that's also a way to do it. Dark Tournament looms on a 4. It checks, removes itself. Add 1 card from your momentum to your hand and draw a card.
Yep.
So now that shoulder toss is counter toss is just in our hand. So all of a sudden it is still looking like lethal, but we don't have the momentum now to spend for the plus speed of this double overhead. Instead, we're just threatening, hey, if you block this, I will flip your last foundation. And it's just going to connect, actually. Going down to 5 from Kai. We didn't press the Titanic, so our opponent's at 5.
Yeah.
That means the counter toss, I keep calling it shoulder toss. The counter toss isn't lethal if it gets blocked.
Yep.
It's a 4-speed move.
Easily blockable in this situation.
I mean, you say that, but if we have a +3 block modifier in Kai's hand, and we use the Titanic combat, we lose that last foundation. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it only gets up to 8. A 3 check says we fail the block, right? On a 7?
Mm-hmm.
Even a 5 check says we fail. It's actually, wait, is it just unblockable? 4, 5, 6, 7. It's depending on what the block zone is. I don't know what the card in Kai's hand is. He's left it on the stage or on the board the entire turn. Really just like, hey, man, there's not much I can do. I just need to make sure you don't kill me. This is Sam's game to try and win here. He's really thinking about it. He's really thinking about playing that counter toss. Oh, now I'm going to Titan Cliff on a 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8. One more, 9. This is a way better one to play, Jesse. This one has card text.
That's, yeah.
4 high for 6. Sorry, 5 high, 5 for 6. Milling our 3, getting another flip foundation here. Just flipping the moment of normalcy because we're just running out of resources. This doesn't get any more speed. We do have a 6 check to build in here. And now also, Jesse, we have a 4 difficulty foundation. So this is actually for 10. You can't even half block this anymore.
Oof. I don't know.
It's getting very scary. We're even reviewing the full 3 cards, drawing 3 new ones. I think this could end up being the game. and the match for Sam Taylor here playing Byakko, but we could have a cheeky 1 high block. Some of the cards in Kai's deck do have incredible block modifiers.
Yep.
It really comes down to this. Presented lethal with a 6 difficulty move that we played as the 4th attack this turn. Do we have it? We do have a good block.
If we had just Titanic Combat, though,
It could have been lethal. Or no, yeah, we're right. We're sorry. We could have tapped that last foundation. It was now blockable. We completely tapped out. We're still at 5. Literally any attack still can win.
Ooh.
Battle or release 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Checks a 5, 6, 7, 8.
7, 8.
This is 100% lethal. 0 cards in Kai's hand.
Ooh.
Game 3. And the match. I don't know what else it could be. There's no tricks, just going through the motions, pressing. I'm going to mill 3, give this +4 damage. That presents lethal, and there's the hand fist. Top 8, your match going to Sam Taylor. Byakko moving on to top 4.
Oh, that was... I thought, I'm like, wow. I thought he threw the game for a second there. I'm like, oh no. He has to now make another check, and this could go bad. I really thought that for just a moment there.
It all just came down. I mean, look at this card pool, Jesse.
Yeah.
There's 5 attacks in the Byakko in the card pool.
And they had 4 cards still in hand.
We still had 4 cards in our hand. We drew so many cards because we had those foundations to help set us up and get to that point. It was a great match for both of these players. I think Raphael still did the thing. We got to see the strong plays and what the character can do. But I'm gonna say it because we didn't win. Not finding Genghis Frog, I think, really hurt us trying to really care and get through that 38 life. We only got to 26 in this game. Game 2 was a bit harder to get through, and maybe even in game 1 it just would have made it a little easier. But congratulations, Kai, to still making a top 8 appearance with the first ever appearance of Raphael from the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set. It was a cool deck. It popped off yesterday, just not so much in this one. And Jesse, you said it earlier. We'll bring it up again. Byakko making a top cut appearance, always seemingly finding his way in. Now moving on to top 4. He's a strong character, and he's been around for a while now.
And looking at what it can be paired into on this, like a Mimic can put out some damage.
Yeah.
I mean, Pony, it's an uphill battle. Like, even with a Genghis Frog to push through with.
I think the difference is you can grab the Genghis Frogs from your discard pile using a symbol like on Hunter's Ally to speed up that process. But you're right. I mean, it's still going to be difficult regardless of what it is. But one of the Earth decks continuing to move on. So the battle of Earth and Order could still be happening in the storyline for this entire tournament. And I'm excited to see it. With that being said, there was only 5 minutes left in that round, so we are going to be very quickly approaching the top 4. But I was going to try and update the people, but the other 2 matches are still happening. They're not submitted. I don't have game matchups, so it's going to be a surprise for not just you at home, but also for me. But we're going to cut to a break real quick. We'll come back very soon with your top 4 at the Oceania Regional, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, UniVersus community. We are moving on to top 4 play, and we've got some interest. Not interesting, just a good match. We've got Avison on Hawks going against Ives, who we saw yesterday on Reiner. This is gonna be a real interesting match because the Reiner deck is very much a get control of the board, get up and go up and over with especially once you flip transform to your other option, your armor titan, and flip 4 foundations is pretty good against a deck that's taking time to build up a line of attack. So what do you think, David? What's your take on this matchup?
Yeah, we saw that we saw Hawks yesterday, and it did take a little while to set up the combo. And Reiner definitely sets you even further back. Reiner also has a built-in reset whenever those 7 difficulty assets come out to add 5/5 to attacks. Reiner's got a little bit of an answer on face. Reiner also has damage reduction on his front side, so those feathers don't just get to continually do chip damage at Reiner if he stays on the front, or if he has access to lots of damage reduction in his stage, like with answers like Weapon Clash. Reiner defeated the Hawks that we saw yesterday on stream in top 8, and now he gets rewarded with another Hawk. So he's going through the grinder of Hawks right now to get to the championship of this regional, and we will see if Avison has some tricks up her sleeve to revenge James's Hawks.
Yeah. This is gonna be an there's a lot of unique cards in this matchup we're gonna be looking at with this Hawks deck. This is like I said, this is a combo deck where we're playing a lot of things that you may not think we're leading to something, but obviously our objective here is to play an equipment heist and get 3 attacks in our pool is the objective. And then usually we're using the Hawks feathers as the gears into the combo to make everything connect. So we're gonna start off by picking up the first one, our one that we checked already, and we got a couple of ways. It looks like we're just saying we're gonna fire off here. So we're gonna go off on a heist. What do you think, David? I think we're gonna make this happen.
Yeah, this is a very, very early find for it, but if we go Feather Storm into a feathers, then we could easily pass these checks. Or, I mean, it doesn't count towards progressives. We go Feather Storm into something else, into a feather, and that now we're finding our assets very, very early on in the game, and we want to find them early because it's not unique, and so it can just stay out and be available for all of our future turns.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fun. I think we're just trying to get set up. It's like, hey, I need to play us. I think going ahead of the curve here is the right way to do this. Oh, I see this hand's gonna be crazy. Because I see a big fist bash in hand.
Yeah, this is a cool play. We can put down the feather. It's not going to count towards progressive, and then we can play the big fist bash and add that feather right back to our hand, which is just going to allow us to build another 7 difficulty asset.
Yep. And this is going to be on a 3-4-5, correct? So check out
correct. I think there needed to be one more. Oh, it's just 3 or more cards in the card pool. I thought Big Fist Bash only counted attacks, so that's an even better play with the equipment heist. Yeah. So you're right. It was just on a 5, pick back up our feather. This is one's going to get us a 7 difficulty. The feather's going to get us a 7 difficulty. We'll see just how many of these we can build on this one turn.
Looks like we went with the Cerritos for our first asset dig, which
that's also a cool play.
Look at the top, like, hey, at this point, like in going down 2, I'm all for like, hey, I'll look at the top 3 here. I'm gonna set up my line.
Yeah, this is set up for the rest of the game where I'm basically a 9-hander now. I'm an 8-hander because I'm Hawks, and now I get form speed to selectively draw from the top 3 of my deck and selectively check from the top of my deck, and 2 feather controls out on Hawk's side. I really, really like this start.
Yeah, let's see what we hit here on the Cerritos. We got a Indian Box, Photons, and a Superfly Stomp. So I expect it's gonna be, yeah, we're gonna put Photons on top, Stomp in hand. I like Superfly Stomp is another thing of just like, hey, I need another way to get my feathers into my discard pile for the turn later. It looks like we're just gonna play the Stomp here.
This is cool. This is a little bit of spice that I don't believe the other Hawks was running. We get to search our deck for any card and add it to our discard pile. With Hawks, you know, this is kind of the replacement, I suppose, for Feather Sword Slash.
Yep.
We need attacks that help us find our feathers. Hawks feels like a completely different character when he has access to his feathers than when he doesn't.
Yeah, and I think that Team Ichigaki on the board currently is definitely protecting this from like this whole combo here. Like, hey, I'm gonna go and get, but I think now we start getting our 7 diffs here. I think it's time to start firing those off. We'll see what we look at. Or like, I just love the idea of just like, what do you do? Well, I'm gonna go pick up my deck again. Oh,
once again, opting for a different asset than the 7 diff that we're so used to from watching the stream during Swiss. Military Airship, another way to add a card to our hand. So Military Airship plus USS Cerritos, I'm not sure I said that correctly, means that we are going to have so many cards selectively on our turns.
Yeah. We'll just activate the air. We're going to activate the airship right now. And it's just like, hey, I've got stats for days. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just going to build every single asset that I put in my deck. Here we go. This is on a 3. Even though, I mean, we are having this crazy turn right now.
Yep.
Where we have played 5 attacks.
Yep.
We have built 3 assets now. And we had 3 foundations to start this turn. Like it wasn't even a crazy build.
Mm-hmm. And we're just gonna build our big one now. We're gonna get the 7 diff on the board. So we got the massive mutant machine ready to go. And now we're gonna try play this on a 6.
Well, the Hawk's Feather does not count towards progressive.
Oh, sorry, so it'll be on a 5.
So this should be on a 5. We do check the 3. This is gonna fail. That puts an end to our turn. If that had passed,
that would have done some work. It would have gotten a second. We could have gotten another machine and be like, here, we're just gonna +10 this.
And that also, but that feels bad to loot. We have now lost the Breaker 3 out of our hand. We have the Hawk swap, so we should be pretty okay. But and checking the 3 here doesn't help Reiner's case, but Reiner can definitely push through some damage here on this turn.
Yeah, this is a Lunar Ring, just main deck, ready to take out any of these problem assets. We're like, no, we're protecting this.
You're gonna eat the Ichigaki.
Yep.
But the benefit to using the Ichigaki is it's not destroyed, it's removed, and therefore it does not count towards damage for Lunar Ring. But I'm with you. I like having the main board Lunar Ring. It's almost like this Reiner player sort of knew that they were going to be going up against Hawks that build assets. We have a Mimic right now in top 4 that relies on assets. So having this in the main board was a very smart decision.
Yeah, like there's a lot of decks right now that have, especially there's a couple of different archetypes, especially in the off of death, and that have a real necessity for I'm going to self-destroy. So and there's just enough assets being played, or it's just worth playing Lunar Ring. You're like, all right, I destroyed 3 cards this turn. You destroyed 4 plus 7 damage. Lunar Rings, and they happen so quickly. It's like I've played turn 2 Lunar Rings in testing this past week that were +9, and we're like, now you only destroy like a few foundations. There's just so many interactions with it of cards getting destroyed now.
Yeah, and here we're taking the gas off. Build a split body, build an enormous axe. That wasn't a bad turn for Reiner. We got in some serious damage. Hawks down to 17, but we still are lacking a stage that gets us to the transformation.
Yep. And now we're gonna go pick up some feathers.
The military airship is frozen.
Yep.
Well,
it's been unfrozen now. If we
right,
can find a way to ready
it's still committed. We have 3 foundations, 2 assets, 2 feather controls. This turn could get scary, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do a little bit of chip damage and build out.
Looks like it's we're stacking. Is that, that's the setting the standards. The other card that's kind of crazy in this deck of like, hey, everything's a 4/4.
Yeah, all of my 1/1 feathers, their stats have been quadrupled.
Perfect. Good starting. That's just scary.
And I have 2 feather controls, so we know that Hawks at least has 2 feathers in hand. That means that Hawks effectively can easily play 4 mid-4s.
Yep.
And in Hawks, these are all going to be 4 mid-6s.
Yeah. Like, especially with the Reiner committed in this situation, it's like, all right, we're gonna get 1 block off, maybe, and we did. We didn't get the 1 block off.
We failed our Breaker 2 block. Not that Breaker 2, Hawks kind of has a natural counter to Breaker with the feather game plan. But this is going to get pretty scary because now we're dumping the +5/+5 into it. That makes this a 9 mid-11.
Yep, that's the health total. That's the life. That's all.
Wow.
That's all they're gone. That's it. We just decided we're not going to sit here and wait. It's like they knew. It's like, I can't sit here and wait for this combo to come to me. I have to go to it.
Yeah, setting the standards off of the Ceratos, I think, was the difference maker, because that meant we didn't get that Breaker 2 block off, and we just couldn't block any, and then we couldn't, using the 5/5 made it lethal.
Yeah,
I'm not sure we get to lethal that turn if we don't find the setting the standards.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that was the right hope. Now we go to the boards here. This is where it's going to get interesting. Let's start with Reiner. I expect some devastating loss to come in here. I want more asset hate. I think that's important in this matchup.
If we have any more Luna rings, put them in.
Yeah. Well, we don't have any more Luna rings, so we'll take just more asset hate. I could see the showdown coming in. Well, no, that doesn't.
I see the devastating losses. Okay, I'm keeping up.
Yeah. I mean, we could. I actually have to double check, as I am gonna do the thing again where I am thinking the old.
Do you think this is a situation as Reiner where you would put in devastating loss or no? I mean, unyielding destruction or no? Or is the Hawks deck too asset heavy?
I think it's too asset heavy, and it doesn't need much to go off after it's set up. I could maybe expect a Filled with Doubt to come. The Filled with Doubt could come in this matchup, and the Genkai's Guidance. Like, let's try to protect. Like, if we set them up in the, hey, they have to play 1 more attack to kill to present lethal. Why not just have a response? Why not just stop it from happening? But looking at the other side here for Addison, we've got. Okay, so what would a normalcy? I always agree is a solid line here. I really want to be explained how Carnival Barker works in this deck. I understand that's a good card. Maybe I must be missing something about it here.
Well, it's a great reset if you have allies.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
Or we could stack our deck and then draw with the Ceratos.
Yeah.
Because the Ceratops is so easy to find. I'm wondering how often that is the very first grab off of Equipment Heist.
Mm-hmm.
Because Equipment Heist allows you to search both your deck and discard, it means you can play one Ceratops and still consistently find it, probably in more than 50% of your games.
Yeah. I could definitely see, since we are going second, I could see bringing in additional Big Fish Bash in this matchup as well. We're just like, hey, I'm going to overdrive into the combo at this point. It's like I'm going to add more copies of this attack to my deck, so that when I find the piece for it, I can just keep going.
Yeah, and I don't mind adding more Breaker 3s to our hand because that's really going to shut down that turn 2 strings from the Reiner player. The one attack that I really want to see a little bit more spice that this Hawks deck has is Pristine Swords Play. It's actually running 3x of this ultra rare of from Critical Role that set from Terrian Darrington. It says that you can ready an asset. Okay, so you can ready your +5/+5 and enhance sacrifice. It gets X damage. X is the difficulty. Those are 7 difficulty assets. That means that this is a 4 mid for 11, and we could ready it and then make it a 9 mid for 16. I mean, I love adding this in. We didn't see it at all in that game 1. Would love to see it here in this game 2.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting our always cools on the board right now, and I want to. I love when a Hawks player does that. When it's like I'll review this feathers, and then I'll just draw my cards, and then I'll pick up this feathers.
Yeah, it's we are a 7-hander this turn. Now the good thing for Reiner is that they are already in transformation mode with the double always cool. If Hawks plays an attack, Reiner can transform and just flip Hawks' entire stage.
We're gonna go in with the machine.
We are just raw building the 7 diff.
7 diff in. I love it. I am all. That is. I am like you go. I think. Oh, you picked the Ludo ring. I don't think you got. You don't have a Ludo ring or a loss on the board yet. No, I'm just gonna build this. You don't got it.
Yeah, and I think that might have been a heads up play of recognizing that if I enter the enhanced step, this could be a transformation. We could see a transformation here. We check a 3 on the Colossus Watt, but it's going to build us 2. That's going to take us to 9. We could just right away start destroying this Hawks' stage.
Yep. Go to 9 here, and we're gonna build. I think we're gonna. Do we have to? Yes. So, all right. I just want to make sure. I'm gonna let this see how this plays out here on what ordering we're gonna go with.
Yeah, and as soon as we destroy a foundation, we have I'm With You that we could destroy for another 2 damage. We have Pushing the Limits to draw a card as soon as we do. See what happens. It looks like we chose not to transform. SWAT hit. Hawks used Hacker Extraordinaire to grab momentum, and now we're going for double SWAT. We commit the 2 foundations that the first one built for us. We're going to build 2 more. We have entered deadlock.
That's funny. Like, I'm going to deadlock. I don't know if this is. I want to see the.
Nice thing is that when we build it in with Reiner, it no longer destroys at the end of the turn.
Yep. 1, 2. It looks like we're going to leave the feather control up. I think that's a good play here. We need feather control for the combo. That's a part of like the whole, hey, we need to just keep going, and we need to get our 1s back. We're going to use them.
Just we can throw the feather down for -3 speed and then feather control it back to our hand to block with.
Yep.
If we need, I personally think it's Hawk's best foundation.
I'll agree with that. This is such an interesting difference from Nationals last year, where we saw the Ryan Levine, the focus. What was it? The focus.
Yeah, the focus attack.
Like, this is such a different beast. And I love it. I like seeing characters that evolve into a whole new deck because of, a new cards get added to the pool. And they're just like, hey, I have this whole other deck I can do now. And watching it happen, it's just like, this is awesome.
Well, we swapped this. We made it a high. That allows us to block with Showdown. I imagine we're going to take the Always Cools. That makes sense. Yep. This means I'm not sure how much farther the Reiner player can push. I think remember, every attack that they successfully play is another foundation ruined on Hawks' side. So it makes sense to continue going, but it looks like the Showdown is going to put a stop to the turn. Devastating loss. Very, very important card to get built here. We can take down that mutant machine that Hawks paid the full cost to build it in.
We'll take those turns.
Yeah, and we have our momentum for the reset. So this just feels so much better of a setup than game one.
Yeah. Like, I think that the thing is if we draw the scheme, I'd still say we go for it here. Like, why not at this point?
Yeah, while we have 2 out of 3 of the Always Cools tapped. I mean, those Always Cools are going to come up pretty big later in the game, but you have to use that before they use the 7 difficulty assets. You kind of have to guess at which attack they're going to be adding the damage to. But here comes a build out. We're going to get 2 different types of resets here. An asset reset, and then the new number 1 for a speed reset.
Yeah, see, the Indian box in this situation can do a lot, because the box resets speed, damage, and returns the printed zone. Like, so it's like, it just, the box used to be like the pinnacle card for so long, and now it's like it sees fringe play, and I'm like, because the symbols haven't gotten any real support in a while. Like, orders always gain support, but orders, like, man, there's so many cards to play in order. Why would I find there's no real spot for the box? And then now there's a deck that it fits in, which is awesome. It's like, hey, I'm just gonna go search for this if I need to.
Yeah, we have now entered a board state where the old Hawks deck, that focused attack Hawks deck, would thrive, because Reiner is so deep into deadlock that focused attack, the deadlock on focused attack would really punish here. But this new version of Hawks, the combo version, we're not really running deadlock, so this is going to be a very difficult board to crack. We're just going to have to kind of waste cards in hand from Reiner by playing out a long string.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go, like, we're leading off here with the Featherstorm. I think we don't have the scheme though to back up the play here. So, and we don't have unless we have a United setting the standard in hand. I don't expect this to be a very aggressive. I think we're just pressing buttons here. We're like, hey, I think we just immediately win +5/+5.
Yeah, that tells me that this is a poke where I mean, you might as well use, it doesn't cost you anything to go ahead and use your 7 difficulty asset. It doesn't have any defense on it. So, the only defense it has is the deflect 3 from your hand. So you might as well pour it into your first attack. And then you can see what happens. Maybe Reiner commits most of their stage to block it because they think it's a poke, and then you punish them from there.
Yep. I think we're just going to take it. We just took the poke.
Well, I think we reset it down to 1 with Reiner's ability.
I mean, we need the momentum. We want the momentum, though. We want to be able to draw a card. We want to use that, convert that momentum to drawing a card. That's really important here. Is we have a hacker extraordinaire on the board.
Yeah, I would say that's a win for Hawks. I was a little surprised because I don't want to say it was clear that it was just a poke, and maybe if we had committed our stage to block it, the attack string becomes bigger. But little surprised that we used our Reiner momentum on it.
Yep.
Our stage, we're closer to 20 than we are to 10.
Yeah, we are going up and over right now. You know what's really interesting? I'm looking at this deck and I'm like really wondering. Like, I understand the Sox deck is very much a combo line and it has a direction with it. And I'm surprised that between the main and the side, there's no Ice Sword execution. Like, this is the perfect situation for Ice Sword execution lead. You're just like, all right, commit these always cools. Now let's start playing the game.
Yeah, our Reiner has their full play set of Always Cool.
Just ready to go. We have to play through those.
And there is zero pressure on Reiner to be using them to build.
Yep.
But, you know, for all the advantage that Reiner's gained this game, it's not reflected in the health totals.
Nope. Looking at I'm trying to figure out our deadlock options here for Hawks. We have Your Finished. We have Feather Control for some stats.
I think that's the extent of it. I don't think the Hawks really has a way to punish this.
I don't think so.
A Genkai's Guidance on a Feather. This is not going to remove it. It's going to just send it to the bottom of the deck.
We're just like, no.
I'm very surprised by that play.
I think that was we needed to debuild a little bit. It's like I guess. Like, all right, it's a 4/4. Like, this Reiner is taking a big attack every turn.
Yeah, where you're going to use Battle for Dominance, kick out our Genkai's Guidance, convert it into a drawn card. Looks like the one-man Inferno causes both players to mill one. The resource that the Reiner is lacking is definitely just cards.
Yeah.
And there's that momentum that the poke from the previous turn turns into a drawn card on this turn for Hawk's side using Hacker Extraordinaire.
Mm-hmm.
The Feather deals, and this is one of the benefits that Hawks has, is that Reiner has ways with the Always Cools and Moment of Normalcy, and you know we have ways to deal with the big attacks. And we're comfortable blocking a couple of meaningful attacks, but we don't have the cards in hand to block a string of 5 feathers.
No. Like, we're just counting up here. It's like, all right, how many do I have to commit for this?
Yeah, we do have the damage reduction with Weapon Clash. The one thing about that is I don't think we really have any face downs.
Nope. Here comes the Big Fist Bash.
So here comes Big Fist Bash. We're gonna pull up a feather. Those are all 4/4s from the setting the standards.
Including the Big Fist Bash is now a 4/4.
Yeah, that is meaningful. Also, the 4/4 applies to Big Fist Bash before the static 2 damage applies. So it actually comes in as a 4 mid 6.
Yep.
Yeah, this is turning into just a very successful turn for Hawks.
We get to build the pizza. I like that. Extra cheese. Like, oh, extra cheese was discarded.
Yeah, that comes off of the one man. Well, after this enters your discard pile from your hand or your deck, build it committed. The one downside to this turn for Hawks is that if we don't kill here, most of our stage is now sideways.
Yeah, we're wide open if we do not hit lethal. It's like we're gonna drag up and build to. We are building face downs to activate Weapon Clash. That is literally what we're just doing this for. Like, I need to build
I
face
don't
down.
hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it.
Like, I'll take this one. You got it.
Here comes another feathers. This is looking like Ox is just deciding to go all in. Which, hey, we got the Tri-Gravity out of
Yep.
Reiner's hand. That's something. We're at 21 health. We have a built-in reset with Idun Box. It would still take a pretty good draw from Reiner to kill us on the backswing.
Mm-hmm.
But Reiner down to 10 health. This represents 4 mid 6. It doesn't look like, I'm not sure if Reiner has too many full blocks left in them. Here comes 1 Battle Orb released, but check a 3 on it. And we've gotten rid of a sculpted attack.
Yep. We are definitely in the, we are drawing. It's like, all right, keep going.
Yeah, and this is where using that momentum on the poke turn from Hawks really hurts. Oh, a double Genkai's Guidance. We had another one. That's effectively like using Genkai's Guidance on 2 attacks. When you use it on a Big Fist Bash, you can't pull back a mid attack into your hand.
Solid block, solid play there. We will we accept it.
Yeah, we can feather control our previous feather into our hand. This one's 4 mid 6. It's going to be 4 mid 6. Our next one can be 4 mid 6, but we're going to need them both to hit. And Reiner still has Weapon Clash. We're going to go ahead and pop the Idun Box. Plus, we have Always Cools. That last feather's not going to be lethal. I think we missed.
Yep. We're going to be short just enough. And we're going to pass. Like, here's the thing. The Reiner was so built out. The Reiner's going to pass and still have 8 foundations. And
they can just start using these Always Cools because there's no more need to block. Like, they can't. Yeah. We know that our Hawks player can't find lethal anymore.
Yep. Oh, my God. This is crazy. It's like, I'll take it.
Hawks had a very good shot at lethal if that second Genkai's Guidance hadn't come down.
Agreed. All right. We're going to still keep going.
Check a 3 on it. Now we're committing Hawks. Now we don't even have our swap on next turn. I mean, I guess we said, all right, we're just going to full send it, take it to 2. I don't know. I understand, like, you're already 90% shields down, but still, I would value having the swap, especially for an attack like Luna Ring where the damage just gets bonkers very early. I would just value keeping Hawks ready and having access to throwing down the feather for -3 speed and then swapping it to where it really says -3 damage, or maybe getting a block in. I don't personally agree with the decision to play that last feather.
Yeah, that was a tough decision there. Reiner's at 4, but and we're cycling.
Yeah, we did get rid of the Tri-Gravity. We did get rid of the Battle Ore release. So
yep,
this is no sure thing for Reiner here.
No, this is not a sure thing at all in this situation. Like, Reiner is in a situation that I have been in so many times. Like, where you're just like, hey, if I can draw some type of value here, I have a chance. And he did the right play of like, hey, I mitigate damage, build a bunch of extra foundations on defense, and hope and pray.
Yeah, let's see what gets removed. 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10 were attacks. That doesn't feel great because we're probably gonna need to draw into 3 attacks here on this hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the SWAT start.
Yeah, this is a solid start. We can start eating away at those committed face downs for Hawks just in case we don't quite find lethal. We don't have any momentum to powerful this up. So it is just going to be the 5 damage from itself plus the 2 damage from Reiner.
Yep. We're going to start getting ruined here. So we're going to start losing our face downs really quick.
Yeah, Hawks is going up to 1 in hand. It looks like it was a 1-man Inferno, so that's a +3 low block. That is not going to help Hawks at all this turn.
Nope.
Battle Aura release. This will represent 10 damage. Hawks down to 14. Is there one more after this Battle Aura release? I don't see a way that Hawks can draw a second card. The low block's not going to do anything here. And with it being a 3-block mod, I don't think there's anything that it's going to be able to block. It just comes down to, the Battle Aura release is going to draw us another one.
Yep. Put a 4.
We have another attack. And here it comes, Dodgemmer. This should represent game on to game 3.
Here we go.
And this is where, had Hawks not played that last feather, they live for one more attack.
Yeah.
Maybe Reiner had it, but you're at least putting your rival on. You need to have 4 attacks instead of 3 attacks. But that's kind of, I've made those plays too, where it's like, hey, I'm already 90% down. I'm just going to play it and take you to 2. And then if you have it, you have it. It might have been a little bit of tilt from the second Genkai's guidance too, of of course there was a second one. But both players up a game, and neither game, they weren't turn 2 kills, but I honestly didn't feel like either game was particularly close. I felt like Hawks was in total control of game 1. Reiner was in total control of game 2. What do you expect to see here on this game 3?
So in the game 3, I think we really want to try a different line of let's try to go off on 2 again. Let's try to find the heist on 2. If we find an early heist after a strong first build, and just be build all those foundations and see what happens.
Yeah, finding that early equipment heist was all the difference in game 1. Game 2, we built the 7 diff, the fairway. We built the Idun box, the fairway. We never did find a heist.
All right. Ooh.
And we are already looking at a heist in hand. The Carnival Barker comes down. Strength and Beauty coming down.
We're just going to take our 3 build here.
Yeah, the Strength and Beauty, a great card against characters like Pony by not allowing a card, an attack in a rival's card pool to leave the card pool during this combat phase. I don't think that's going to come up really here with Reiner. So really in this matchup, it's just a commit. Your mid attack is +2 speed. And then the Carnival Barker, if one of our attacks is an ally, we have access to a reset.
Yep. We're going in here. Let's see. Leading off with setting the standards, checking a 5. Awesome. Good start.
Yeah, this is the line that Hawks wants to see to establish a dominant early stage position. Pristine swords play coming in, and we don't even have any assets to use this with. We're just trying to get to that 3 attacks in card pool.
Yeah. We are trying to... The thing is there's a devastating loss. So the first asset we build is just well, I don't want to touch you. You don't get to do that. And we're going to... Oh, there's a breaker. So hopefully we have a feathers.
Yeah, this is where breaker really isn't that powerful against Hawks, because we're going to choose to build the 0 diff first for the breaker. We check a 4, but it was on a 4. We really shouldn't owe anything because the equipment heist doesn't count towards progressive.
Nope.
Did we not have a
Yeah.
feathers in hand?
We didn't.
I'm just... Wow. The I suppose we did have a big fist bash in hand, so we could have added another attack.
We were just trying to go up on Big Fist Bash. We're just going like, hey, we're gonna Big Fist Bash, pick up, play again.
And the judge made the correction of the Carnival Barker got ready because that the equipment heist didn't count towards progressive on the build.
Mm-hmm.
Go for battle aura, check a 3. We get to flip the I'm with you because the I'm with you works even if you destroy it while it's face down. The enormous axe does not work if you flip it. Because of the enormous axe says after it's destroyed, you respond. And I'm with you says after this hits the discard pile, you respond. So that trips up newer players all the time as to trying to respond off of enormous axe on it. But we blew up the enormous axe. We build it back with Reiner +1 foundation. Really nice start here for Reiner.
Here we go.
Half block, but it's a breaker 3.
Yep. It's like, please don't try anything else.
All right, we check a 2 on a 3, only down 1 resource. So if we wanted to, we could follow up with another attack here. But it looks like we're going to choose to build double fighting for control. We can pretty much send any card we want to Hawks' discard pile.
Yep. If everybody at home community was wondering, top 4 is still active. On the other side, Bailey and Sam are still going in their match on the other side of the bracket here, heading into finals. So, I mean, we got 45 minutes in. We're at game 3 already in this match. I did not expect us to get to game 3 this quickly. Like Avison and Ives are playing to a very brisk pace for 2 decks that have so much interaction.
Yeah, both of these decks are like turn 5, turn 6 decks.
Let's see if we can start off. I think we do have another equipment heist.
Yeah, it looked like Hawks drew very, very aggressively. They just don't quite have the board state to support such an aggressive hand. I do think that they drew into some feathers, but we see the fighting for controls come down on the equipment heist.
Yep.
Hawks quickly decide not to go for it, and then we just built 1. That was like a non-turn.
That was like all we had. Was that 1.
But we chose not even to go for attacks after that point. I think we had a feather sword slash in hand to find some feathers. Yeah, and here comes Colossus SWAT. So not only is Hawks just on a already at a stage disadvantage, but off of this SWAT build 2, this takes us to 9 foundations. Reiner can transform and just press this advantage even more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is we're gonna take everything we can go with here. Where it's like, hey, push forward and set your opponent up, like what's used as Reiner here. We are flipped. We have gotten the board controlled. Yep, they're gonna try to pick up that scheme again for next turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Hawks starts their next turn with 0 foundations.
That is very probable. This could be that like we might just get sent into the Stone Age here.
We check a 3 on our block. This is not great. I mean, we have to commit our character. We lose access to the swap at speed 8. Oh my gosh, and Fatal Cleave comes down. Hawks is definitely having 0 foundations after this.
Yep.
So that means that even if Hawks doesn't die on this turn, they are so incredibly behind in the game state that it would take pretty much a miracle to come back here.
We're enhancing for the feathers for minus 3 speed. We're like, all right, I gotta try to stop this.
Yeah, I think the Superfly Stomp is a 1 low block.
Mm-hmm.
The Feather Sword is also a low block, but we check a 3 on it. If we had checked a 5, we pass it. That loses. We're down to 1 foundation. Try Gravity Beam. We're going to rip the best card out of your hand, and you're down to 0 foundations. This is just not very nice.
Yeah. No, David, it's not. This is just like, yeah. Like, I think Everson, I think this Hawks deck is just getting demolished in the way. Like, it's like, this is the thing we feared the Rhiners were going to do when the set came out. It's like, what's going to happen? They're going to turbo to 9 and then flip our board and destroy it in 1 turn. And guess what? We're doing it.
Yeah, you are not allowed to have some kind of off builds. Yeah, and there it goes. Fist bumps. I mean, Hawks taking game 1, and then from that point forward, it felt like it was total dominance on the side of Reiner. It got a little dicey on that previous turn if they didn't have the second Genkai's guidance, but they pull it out and win in dominant fashion. Ives is moving on to the championship. And we'll find out soon whether that championship will be against Mimic or if it will be against Byakko. But either way, it'll be against an Earth deck.
That is true. Yeah, David, we're the other side of the deck. They've got almost 40 minutes on the other side.
We do have one thing that we're going to be doing before the championship. Yep. We were gifted a special reveal for the stream, the first ever reveal for Guilty Gear Strive, the next major booster set of UniVersus. I'm not sure I was supposed to announce that right now, but it'll be coming up before finals.
It's coming before finals. We were revealing the first card for Guilty Gear Strive. And we got to look at it already. And oh my God, people are going to be talking about this card. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the meltdown of the Gen chat of the Discord after it gets revealed.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've never played Guilty Gear, but just from looking at the card, it looked really clean. Oh, yeah. I was impressed by the general card layout for the upcoming set.
Yeah, so we're gonna hype away on that, but we're gonna hold back. We're gonna not do it just yet. You're gonna have to wait just a little longer. We got plenty of time. We're probably gonna have Bear Brian join us for that reveal as well, so we all can get our feedback before finals. So we're gonna be back before finals. Take your time, relax, use the bathroom, and we'll see you all soon.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Bear Bryant, joined once again for the last time this event with both of my fellow co-commentators. I'm Bear Bryant, Jesse Cervini with me, and David Toombs, and we have a very exciting preview to show you all at home. Guys, we didn't even know this until the beginning of the day, obviously. We get to showcase the first ever card reveal for the upcoming Guilty Gear Strive Blitz Booster Box coming out later this year. How excited are you all? Jesse?
There is the person who has played this game the longest on this stream today. This is a fever dream of to finally see this happen. Guilty Gear has been wanted in this game for so long, and it's finally happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm ready for it.
As someone who's also been playing this game for a long time, although even I don't know a lot about Guilty Gear itself, I'm kind of like you, David. I know how excited people are because of how long they've been talking about wanting this set and this IP in the game, and we're finally getting it, and we finally get to see the first card for it, Levi. Or not Levi. David, are you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm very excited for this upcoming set. Haven't played a lot of Guilty Gear. I'm thinking about it though. I'm thinking about jumping in and you know, just to prepare myself for this. But you know, if all the cards look as clean as this one, that's going to be awesome. We have an ultra rare foundation to show you guys today on the fire and order symbols, with Kai on the art named Heaven or Hell. Just waiting for this to be shown for the viewers here, and here we have it. A little difficult to read, so I'll read it out here. Sacrifice, choose one. If you added 2 or more cards to your momentum this turn, choose both. Mill 5. This attack is +1/+1 for each attack milled this way. Or reveal 1 card from your hand. Add a copy of the revealed card from your discard pile to your hand. So, hey, I'll show you this walk the dog because it's on the order symbol. I'll go grab a second walk the dog. I'm going to be drawing 3 this turn. And if you've added 2 momentum, if you're adding momentum mid-turn, I have to assume that perhaps Kai's character is doing something based around momentum so that they can be getting both of these powerful effects off. Jesse, what do you think about this foundation?
I will say this with a straight face. I don't know what I know exactly what I could do with this card in the Rochester retro format, and I'm gonna make people very unhappy very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing when I look at this card is the first thing I think of is like, okay, I want a character that can generate momentum at a quick pace to get both modes of this card, right? And when I think of characters like Aaron Yeager Usurper, who can mill cards off of their deck and start grabbing cards and adding them to their momentum right away on the fire symbol, that seems to be a great place to be. Or just other characters that want to be doing momentum shenanigans, like on the order symbol, Mitchell Chimino, the champion card. I think that sounds really good. But the idea here is, yeah, this is at its bare minimum, you get to pick one of these modes as a sacrifice cost, and it's not unique. So, like, you can just find a way to get a bunch of these in your stage, and just like you said, David, we can show 1 attack, and as long as we have more in our discard pile, it feels really good. So a high impact, ultra rare foundation. Maybe we'll see a lot of this one see some play, but that's going to be the only card that we're going to showcase you all. So I hope you all are excited. And with that, I think we're also going to have to send our fellow commentator, Jesse Cervini, away, as David and I are going to be jumping into these finals very soon. And if you weren't paying along in chat, we have not just Ives on the Reiner deck that succeeded with that last round in top 4, but it is against Bailey F's Mimic deck on the Earth symbol, who we got to watch yesterday. David, this is almost like a weird AOT 1 meta face-off right here, right? You know, remember the Worlds before Mimic got errated? And remember, Reiner 1 also is errated. This is the errata off in our finals of the OCE regional.
I love seeing it too, because the erratas legitimately hurt these characters. And at the beginning, players just fled from them once they were errated, you know, like, oh, I like, they were powerful. And then after the errata, players decide, well, there's better things to be doing. But a little more support coming out for both these characters in the last several sets, and players are coming back. And I love this, just showing that an errata in this game is not the end of the world for a character. They can still be played to a powerful extent. And in this match specifically, there are just going to be no foundations because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Bailey's Mimic is an unyielding destruction mimic.
I can't remember 100% as I scroll through some of these lists, but I mean, regardless here, the majority of the name of the game, like you said, David, isn't foundations. It's assets over on Bailey's side. So if Ives ever wants to transform onto the backside of Reiner, that's great, but we already know that this Mimic deck can function off of a very low amount of foundations because of that signature asset right there, Trigger. It basically counts as 2, as Mimic can commit it to pass a check, as well as using the once per turn response on the card itself. So just to build 2 here foundation-wise for Bailey, but we built 3 assets, which is going to be huge. But speaking of assets, the name of the game is going to be on the other side for Ives. Luna Ring being a strong main board option you guys talked about in the last match. Talk about it being extra strong also in the Mimic match.
Yeah, get that trigger off of the board. That's effectively destroying 2 foundations on Mimic's side for the rest of the game. And we saw that post sideboard, this Reiner deck is going to be able to bring in those devastating losses to have a pretty strong amount of asset hate in their deck. Nice to start off with that Luna Ring there. Very nice build for Reiner. From that point, we have a couple fighting for controls. So even if the Mimic plays an unyielding destruction, we can get it off the board with those fighting for controls.
Yeah, and you are 100% correct. This deck that Bailey is playing is 100% playing Unyielding Destruction, and that actually might be a key for this matchup. But to kick things off, we have a City Rampage coming in because this isn't just about playing the green cards. This is the high impact 5 difficulty or higher printed cards that let us play these very successfully. So City Rampage, we went ahead and passed it, and then now we are getting Fighting for Controlled here, and we're going to let the first Earthbreaker go because here is a second one, David, that is, we're going to almost always get the blitz off of this. If you have less foundations than your rival, I get to draw a card, and it has an ability in the card pool. When you draw a card, give +1 damage to this attack.
Yep, and if this hits, it's even more foundation destruction. So both of these characters kind of similar game plans, and I'm wondering if that's a coincidence that we have 2 foundation destruction characters in finals, or if they were just particularly well positioned in this Oceania meta.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a crazy finals to be a part of. I think it is. We're not seeing the TMNT characters per se. We're not seeing even necessarily. The Hawks got eliminated. Both of them did. They were doing the cool new TMNT card formats and like using those cool ultra rares. This is your tried and true. I'm a powerful death destruction deck like Reiner, board control, flipping your opponent's foundations, and then you have Mimic, this uniquely shaped toolbox style deck that is pretty well positioned for both of these players to make their finals run and win the whole thing. But that Earthbreaker is going to connect here, so we get the choice to selectively destroy that settling old debts because it was stunned or committed during this attack.
Yeah, we don't get our complete decision. So we can't go for the fighting controller, always cool. But the 1 diff is good enough. Trigger transformation coming down here, and we're use the fighting for control on the trigger transformation, went ahead and failed it, and now we're having a build out anti-Titan artillery. Little rare to see this outside of peak.
Yeah.
But once an attack hits, we have a selective commit now on our stage. Speaking of peak, just as an aside, this was the 2nd straight event, Spain and this one, where not a single peak was registered. Now, neither of her symbols were supported in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so maybe It's just we want to play with the new cards, but a little bit surprising there.
Yeah, funny enough, that anti-Titan artillery shell might actually come in clutch for us because remember, it has another kind of bonus effect if your opponent is playing a Titan character. And so if at any point Reiner transforms, we do have a little bit of extra damage attacked on top of it, as well as the tenacious +1 damage that you already get. But kicking things off with a battle aura release for the the next attack being played for Ives as their next attack turn has started, followed up by another battle aura release, and we are flying through these ones. Takoyaki getting used on the other side for Bailey, -2 damage, draw a new card, but we are losing access to our stage very quickly. Meanwhile, Ives is 100% just setting things up to very quickly approach the transformed side and get to that 9 foundations that we need.
Yeah,
Gravity beam.
this has been a very strong turn here for Reiner so far.
Yeah, and now we get the pick of the litter, right? We get to destroy foundation 3 cards. We can either get rid of the city rampage or that trigger transformation. And it looks like we're saying, I don't want you to have the potential to pass these attacks next turn that I'm going to give you. I'm going to get rid of that city rampage. You can play with the trigger transformation, but you only have 2 assets in your stage, so it actually still going to be a 5 diff.
Yeah, and even if Mimic leads with Unyielding Destruction on their turn, it's not like a super far behind position for Reiner still, because Mimic didn't have a strong build, and by hitting the trigger early as well, it's not exactly like a massive asset stage right now.
Yeah, luckily both of those were mid blocks, because if we didn't have a mid block, we actually just died right there, David, as we are at 5. So if there's another attack to be played, no jaw jammer this time, David, as we saw at both games last round. We closed out with a jaw jammer, but instead we're going to belt this always cool and also this pushing the limits. And then I'm with you to boot. So lots of extra foundations to rebuild the stage. Those always cool, we know, can be used to help us reestablish the stage side. So even if something like an Unyielding Destruction came out here, David, if we keep the always cools, we could still have a healthy stage going back.
Yeah, we could stay at 6 foundations, and Mimic has to be extremely careful. They need to be keeping cards in hand. They especially need to be keeping high blocks for the Battle Aura releases. Taking those Battle Aura releases really puts Mimic in a strenuous position here at 5 health. Very, very low health 6-hander is one of the drawbacks of this character. So we're already kind of on the back foot here, and we're choosing just to take a build turn.
Yeah, can't check an asset to save our life here, David. We didn't check one defensively, and we are still also not checking one, only checking attacks. That's an action card. Not getting the full use of our character card feels pretty rough, as we're going to have to build 3 foundations. We also built a soup, so we have another asset in our stage, but the assets we have are not high impact ones like Trigger. We were kept off of that because of that Luna Ring, and it's really going a long way here as we pass back to Ives. There's a world where the game just ends here with a single jaw jammer, David.
Yeah, and Ives is definitely going to be able to transform if they choose to do so and start wrecking Mimic's foundations. Yeah, so even if Mimic does successfully fend off death on this turn,
it
was like a complete miss on the draw.
Yeah, 6 hand size problems, of course. So we're going to just build 2 more foundations, which will put us to 10. And we are taking a look at the stages just to know about what impactful cards. But David, like you said, there's only 4 face-up foundations. If we end up transforming as Reiner because Mimic plays a single attack, those 4 foundations will become face down.
Yeah, and I'm not really seeing any powerful deadlock to punish Reiner building. I think that was what Reiner was looking at the stage for, is let's see if there's any deadlock. There wasn't, and so Reiner's pushed into it. Mimic really is going to want to find Unyielding. Sure enough, that's what they grabbed. They checked the asset here.
This was exactly what we needed. I think if we played any attack and went to an enhanced step that wasn't something like this Unyielding Destruction, but the Genkai's guidance response here, yes, we have to sacrifice 3 of our foundations, but David, you already told me that you didn't have one of these in your hand because you had to immediately pick it up. If I remove it from the game, I'm going to protect myself not just from this one, but you don't have access to that one in your discard pile anymore.
Yeah, what a heads up play. So no, I'm not going to go down to 4 foundations. I'll stay here at what is this, 9 foundations right now?
Yeah, we built to 11 or 12 because of going into the deadlock and double checking. And remember, we still even have access to the enormous axes, so that when we do eventually blow up a foundation to turn over as Reiner, we are going to be just fine on our stage as well. But building double trigger feels really good. But now Reiner is going to be able to transform if we go to an enhanced step at all. Yeah, we're looking... It's going to be rough because we didn't establish any more foundations here, David. These will all become face down, and eventually we will just have 0 foundations. And I saw the last match of this top 4 against the Hawks deck end because they went down to 0 foundations.
Yeah, that one was just a gnarly game to watch Reiner take total control. We know that Reiner has a Fatal Cleave after this Battle Aura release. We have a couple pushing the limits, so we can draw even further into our deck. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, we're going to commit the enormous axe for the damage, and then I imagine we'll destroy the enormous axe, build it back, and transform.
Full
Sure
value on
enough,
the
here
damage
comes
pump.
that play. So hey, we don't want to destroy it ready. Might as well commit and put even more damage on this to where a half block is lethal. Mimic is going to have the resources to get a couple blocks off of here by building the double triggers. That's effectively like 4 foundations just on the assets. They have health gain with the soups, so they could go up to 8 health. It's still going to take a pretty good string from Reiner to push this through.
Yeah, I mean, it's just down to blocks, right? If we present a lot of these attacks being lethal, but a gigantification swing block here is not only going to be the perfect zone, but -2 to the check for Ives' next card. And we checked another unyielding destruction, David. We now have another way to hopefully balance the stage size after we're going to get ruined quite a bit. We have access to another one in our discard pile to pick up next turn if we survive, if we check an asset.
Yeah, let's see if this -2 slows down Reiner at all, or if they're going to continue pushing. I saw that he drew into an acid splash. We have the momentum to activate for it. That's going to be kind of double low attacks coming. This is going to get scary. We can get this to. We don't really have damage pump in our stage, and Reiner only gives +2, so Mimic can heal enough with the soups to eat one of these attacks.
Yeah, and we did have a low block here, so we are going to get another perfect block here, save another one of our foundations, at least for now, saying I'm only going to lose them to the Ruin ability, but oh my goodness, the Tri-Gravity beam that I didn't see, takes the last card out of the hand of Bailey, and game 1 going to Ives in a very decided fashion, and that was so fast, David. I felt like that game was so fast. We saw the stages not exactly get the large capacity for Bailey, even in the asset department, and a great Lunar Ring to kick things off for Ives as the first attack of the game. Reestablish your board size, eventually flip over and transform. Very calculated, very strong. And I think Ives' deck just gets better when the sideboard gets involved. Like you said, the devastating losses that we saw in last match, being able to come in here, there's 4 of them in there, as well as more copies of Genkai Guidance if Unyielding Destruction is going to be the name of the game for Bailey.
Yeah, that game 1 felt like the game where Mimic would be slightly favored, and then Reiner would become favored post-sideboard. But Reiner just took it over, like you said, with the early Lunar Ring taking down the trigger, combined with building double fighting for control early, that just completely messed up Bailey's turn. When they did try and go rampage into several attacks, they had to fail several of those attacks. And then they were just on the back foot for the rest of the game.
Yeah, 100%. I wonder if we're going to have to side in, at least for Bailey's side, more cards to defend your assets. I'm thinking of things like the Filled with Doubt, the Vast Strength, saying, I need to not be able to worry about these Lunar Rings. These will help me get and eliminate that text on those. But I've got a crazy one I want to talk about just for a little bit while our characters side up board. Scanlan's Hand. It is a pretty impactful ability to have, being able to selectively commit pieces on your opponent's board, because I'm not necessarily talking about if you spend a momentum, you can commit their character. That's great for stopping the front side of Reiner or even the back side of Reiner if they have the damage reset available, but it can just selectively tap down something like a devastating loss that we know could be coming in from the sideboard.
Yeah, that's a cool one. And if we have momentum, tap down the transformed Reiner that effectively takes down an entire block from Reiner.
Yeah, so I wonder what the decision is going to be. I can only imagine, but this is a high octane finals match. Both of these players fighting for that auto 200 points that will very much skyrocket them in the leaderboards, as we kind of talked about earlier, in the sense of the top 4 players of the Oceania region get their trip paid for to go to Worlds, David. And that is a huge prize when you live overseas trying to come to the North America region and then come play in the World Championship Finals. Obviously, both of these players are going to get quite a few points regardless because they're sitting here. But it's about getting that trip, People want that extra cool prize to go and easily show up to the World Championship and fight for a champion card.
Yeah, and Bailey has been no stranger to World Championships. I believe he's been in the last several. I actually during 2023 World the Worlds 2 years ago, actually during the team's side event, I was on a team with Bailey, and
Oh, heck
just
yeah.
had a fantastic time. He was playing Toru 2 at the time. Now he's switched over to Mimic. Ives, I'm not sure. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Ives yet, but they're up a game on Bailey here, and this is now their third stream game. They've been playing this Reiner deck really, really well.
Absolutely, and it's a great call, right? I mean, the thing that we saw happen last match, where Reiner showing this incredible devastation of the stage, using cards like Tri-Gravity Beam also to get cards out of hand. This is exactly the fear of what we thought. I mean, David, you've played this character. You've played this character quite a bit, actually. You know the strength of Reiner Braun. And now it could actually take down this regional win here against another menace of the format. So menacing that I had to get eroded as well. Mimic up a game. I think it's going to be so fun regardless of who ends up winning this. But yes, we have a great build turn for Bailey. Once again, starting with the soup, getting that kind of guaranteed asset to be a foundation, which allows us to build this 4 difficulty foundation of the Ultra Rejuvenation, but a build 5 counter on Ives' side of the board, one of which being that Weapon Clash, which was huge against that Hawks matchup last in top 4.
Yeah, and that means that if an unyielding comes down, we'll still go to 5 foundations, City Rampage into Titan Cliff, build us a 6 check. Pretty good start here for Mimic. Pretty good build on turn 1 for both players. So neither player is just jumping ahead in value right off the bat. Choosing to discard 3 non-attacks, including a soup and a Filled with Doubt. To kind of refill our hand and potentially dig for more attacks to take full advantage of leading off with the City Rampage. Looks like we went ahead and chose to use the Weapon Clash now, as soon as we can, to have a committed foundation, I assume, to destroy with Reiner and build it back in for a free -2 damage. We saw it's an I'm With You that was built. That's going to be important for later.
Yeah, using that button a little quick here. I mean, we're up a game. I understand it, but you're right. I mean, it leaves us a little more susceptible to it. Literally, if an unyielded instruction came next here, David, we could have had that 5th foundation instead of going straight down to 4, like you said. But instead, we went ahead and used the button now saying, I don't think you've got it, which is a fair call, right? You know, put them on, gotta have it. But instead, we have more lethal looking attacks, such as this trigger transformation. And with 3 assets already in our stage, it was actually a 4 difficulty move that we played on a 6. We checked an 8 because of City Rampage. And we have 3 assets in our stage to give this an extra 3 damage.
Yeah, this one very, very early on, able to be thrown down despite technically being a 7 diff, thanks to Mimic building in the assets.
I forgot to, on that Titan Cliff, we grabbed a finally free which is a 6 check, which flips to give us a momentum from the top of our deck. If we had gotten a trigger in our discard pile, this
would have been able to build it.
It would have immediately built it, but instead we've just got a second trigger transformation. We've already knocked Reiner down to 20, but that last one was for 9. This one's also going to be for 9, but a little bit more because we committed an asset to play it and really threatening the hand of Ives, like, hey, you should use a mid block here, because if not, I'm going to get you almost basically down to single digits here on the turn 2 of Bailey.
Yeah, this feels very different from game 1 where Reiner was able to establish the pressure early. We are going to go ahead and use the mid block. It was a battle or a release. I understand why we didn't on the earlier one. We'd like to hold that for our turn. Gets out of our hand, and now we're going on a 10. We check a 7.
Yeah.
That's going to do it. We can pass it, and we can build another 6 check here, an extremely aggressive line. I don't mind it. We checked the asset and we grabbed another Titan Cliff. But I have to believe that's for the low block because we know that Reiner is playing like Mikasa's Fatal Cleave.
Is that right? Yeah. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We checked a 7, 8, 9, and then the response from the trigger gives us 10, which still allows us to commit our character, like you said, picking up a Titan Cliff. Obviously not for this turn. There's no way we can pass it now, but it is for next turn, and this will still build us in a 6 check from our discard pile, and it looks like it's going to be that inspiring song to help grease up some checks for next turn. Counting cards.
It's either a great sculpt because Titan Cliff is the lead off that you always want, or it's a great low block. It's a win-win. Defense or offense for our next turn to grab the Titan Cliff. Reiner just in a really, really bad position here. This is in game one, they had the fighting for controls. So even though the city rampage came down, they were able to still fend off the aggression. Without those fighting for controls, they've become kind of like a punching bag.
Yeah, very aggressive games, I think, on both sides right now, right? The high aggression from Ives after they established a big enough stage. Bailey able to do a high aggressive turn, two like that, because of the strengths of what Mimic does. And I think even taxing the stage there of Ives just goes a long way, because we just didn't want to take as much damage as possible, going down to 14, but leaving us with 5 foundations on our stage. But strong impact. How about a throw that's going to end up getting a lot of damage here? Because you can blow up a face down for +4 damage. And then, of course, Reiner is allowed to give it at least 1, maybe a second if you want to blow up another one.
Yeah, and we can build back in the one that we blow up, the first one, not the second one. So we'll have to see if Reiner's in the mood to get rid of a little bit of their foundations or not.
And a throw like this that gets very large very quickly is very good against a 25 health 6-hander, right? I mean, that's one of the biggest downsides that Mimic has always had. And especially now with the errata, if you use your commit ability to pick up a card, you don't have access to the damage reduction that you would usually have as a character, but just going to get a big hit here. No block coming out from the side of Mimic, and building 3 more foundations, one of which being that devastating loss that we probably cited in, of course. And it always cool to help keep our stage a little better in the future.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong build out. Those are high impact foundations for this next turn. 14 health. It's not. Oh, the Genkai's guidance on the unyielding destruction. Love seeing it again.
Yeah, and like this is at least still doing its job, right, David? I mean, unyielding destruction says go down to 4. We both do, which would only really affect Reiner's stage right now. But you had to sacrifice 3 to play the Genkai's guidance. I think it still did its job in the idea of, I don't want you to transform. Please don't do that anymore. But here comes that Titan Cliff that we picked up from last turn, of course, on a 6. We checked it just fine, as we
checked a 3.
But, we're making the decision. Okay, so it's tap 1 asset, tap these foundations, it seems like. As we had to also go through the fighting for control, we really did value this one, because we could have let it fail, David, and it wouldn't have ended our combat phase.
No, that's pretty much going to force us to tap out, and that trigger's not long for this Earth. It's probably going to get hit with that devastating loss pretty early. Wouldn't be surprised to see Reiner use Always Cool here. You'd like to keep it for the response, especially when you're at such low health, but we have to refill our stage after we destroyed 3 of them for the Genkai's guidance. So there it is. It gets put in the card pool. Build 2. We're going to get up to 6 foundations, because I believe we're probably going to be using the devastating loss.
David, that was the craziest draw 3 I've ever seen from this Titan Cliff come through, because we drew another unyielding destruction as well as a trigger. And I think we also drew a trigger transformation. It is crazy the cards we just drew and the sequences that could occur here, because here comes the devastating loss. Although the unyielding is not as impactful anymore because Reiner's only down to 5 foundations, we could still present a lot of damage here as Reiner goes down to 10 from taking this Titan Cliff. And although we only have 1 asset, Trigger Transformation could build us a trigger from our discard pile as long as we finally got one there, and we did. I saw us mill one off of the Inspiring Song, but instead a military airship coming down. And
yeah, committing completely out and using the response on trigger, I think just kind of spooked us to taking the aggressive line. It was there. If we had gone the Trigger Transformation, we had built the trigger. You're right. We could have put out quite a bit of damage, but
it wasn't going to be on a 6/7 because we have been debuilt our assets, and it only gets that reduction in difficulty if we have assets. So you're right. It was a risky play, of course. Building the military airship and the trigger here, and then picking up an attack from our discard pile with our Mimic was the better play. And you once again successfully, if you're Bailey, kept Reiner down on foundation counts. We're only going into their turn with 5. Even a colossal SWAT isn't going to be enough to get you up to 9. You'd have to have 2 of them.
You might just speak it into existence. We've seen
am I going to do it? Am I going to cast the curse?
We've seen the double SWAT play here before, but no, it looks like just a build turn. That's a little unfortunate because Mimic was so committed out. We had an opportunity there to really punish. Once again, these are good foundations to be building, and always
Yeah.
cool weapon clash and enormous sacks. But just we didn't quite capitalize on Mimic's shields being so down. And let's see if Mimic can continue the foundation pressure on Reiner.
Wow. Yeah, Gigantification Swing coming here as the first attack. We saw this be a lot of success yesterday when we had Bailey on stream. It helps grease up your checks. We have plenty of momentum because of the aggression that we've done this game, and we immediately check an asset. So we immediately use our character card and pick up another attack. So this could be a scary turn because of the cards that Bailey already had in their hand. Is could go like Gigantification Swing into Unyielding into the thing that we picked up, as well as another trigger transformation. This game could be over very quickly, David.
Yeah, this +1 to the checks is going to go a long way.
And remember, on play, the response from Gigantification Swing, -2 to your rival's next check to play a card. So unless we can eat that up with like a cool action like a Genkai's Guidance, it says the blocks are going to be a little bit harder as well, which is something that Mimic doesn't typically do, fight on the speed axis.
Yeah, the one good thing for Reiner here is that Mimic's sitting just on a pile of momentum, but there's not really any powerful attacks to dump the momentum into.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm seeing is like Determined Advance for the EX. But Trigger Transformation, I believe, is still going to be our hardest hitting attack this turn. But Trigger Transformation is decently blockable.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes an Unyielding Destruction on a 5/6. This one does have a keyword that works with Gigantification Swing. Is it a Fury? That would be the reason it would work. But regardless, we checked well anyway. So, but Unyielding Destruction coming in.
It's just a Titan. I was going to say, wow.
All right.
Yeah, but yeah, I assume we're just going to keep those face ups there.
And we tapped an asset, so it was all good to go. And this one is going to resolve. But of course, because of that enormous axe, David, we're actually going to go down to 5 foundations. Yet we just blew it up with Reiner. Wait.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
We were able to transform. I guess I didn't even realize it. I totally missed it.
Yeah,
I
think
built down. Oh, we transform on the enhanced step of the other one, which makes a lot of sense. We have a momentum as well here, so we can set an attack's damage down to 1 to protect ourselves. But now we've lost a lot of our foundations when it comes to passing checks to block.
Yeah, now we've got double Gigantification Swing, so +2 to our checks for charges, furies, or slams. Titan Cliff is a fury. We already saw Bailey pick up a Titan Cliff, so even without City Rampage, it's still going to be extremely passable. Coming down third, it'll really be on a pseudo 6 instead of on an 8. Reiner can build up to 6 foundations if they like, although
we're getting
will cost them
here.
Their damage reduction in their stage.
Yeah, I think we forgot about the -2 to our check, at least on the block. I don't know where the math exactly went, but I think it passed anyway because it was a 2 mid, right, of the Unyielding Destruction, and we used a 1 mid block. But regardless, we picked up that first Gigantification Swing with that military airship enhance. It's now frozen, of course, but we get to play this again, -2 again to the check. So we're very much just trying to say, hey, I know you transformed into Reiner. I'm going to get this commit, spin a momentum, go down to no damage, but then you're still going to have a terrible time blocking the one that will actually kill you.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary spot for Reiner. Both of these decks, I mean, game 1, Reiner just had positioning the entire game, and here Bailey has it's completely switched to Bailey. He's been the one putting all of the pressure on Reiner. Let's see if this 3 check matters or if we're going to be able to push through it.
Getting, I think, the first once per turn response from one of the triggers. We haven't used the other one, but we do still have some face downs, obviously, to play with, so it felt pretty fine there. And
it is a slam.
Yeah, it is a slam. We had +2 to the check to play it. So this acid splash, though, that I don't actually think we blocked with it. I think we used the deflect keyword and took basically nothing from it. But as the Earthbreaker connects and the stun mattering a lot, here comes another Titan Cliff. This one we have +2 to our check to play it, so we actually checked a 5. So just got to use a couple more responses. We have gone down to only 1 ready foundation on Bailey's stage, and the Reiner character card and a momentum is still there.
Yeah, we could take this down to 1, and I don't see a way for Bailey to get it back up to lethal.
No, I don't think so at all. So I think instead we're looking for a 6 check here that's going to help us. Reiner being a 3, it'd be like Takoyaki, right? Takoyaki is a 6 check.
Yeah,
blow
destroy
it up
for +2 damage. That would work.
Yeah, because it is down to 1. Reiner doesn't set it to 0, right? He sets it to 1.
Yeah, Takoyaki is a 6 check, so it is buildable off of this Titan Glyph. Let's see if Bailey finds it. No, we're going to go for the +1/+1. I don't think that's enough.
I don't think it is either, unless we are just missing something. We find a way to draw a card, but instead we'll just send it for 1. Play this on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but we have +2 to our check on a 5, 6, 7. We are 1 foundation off of passing that trigger transformation, and so we have to pass back, leaving Ives at 2. But
we just missed. We had the Takoyaki in the discard. We just missed seeing the play.
Wow. And that's how close it gets in this game, in these high intense moments of the finals, giving Ives another chance here, but only on 3 foundations, David. Even if you opened something like a Colossal SWAT, you might check a 3 on it, and you only have those 2 extra foundations to play with for the turn that you get to build off the Colossal SWAT. And that is still even then assuming you don't really get a lot of access to do some ruining here when your stage is kind of destroyed like this.
Yeah, it's not impossible to find 21 here, but it's going to require checking very well. So SWAT is the opener we wanted. Checking a 5 is what we needed. This is going to put us on 4 ready foundations, and we can just go ahead and use Reiner, blow up that committed 1 to ruin 1 in Bailey's stage. We have access to Botan's coaching to dig for more attacks. I wouldn't be shocked if we found 21 here.
Yeah, I mean, so there is the blow up there. We're going to ruin 1. We even have a low block. It's on an 8, 5. We can do the double response.
6, 7.
Turn one side with a perfect blocking there. Incredible defense here. Even when you feel like Mimic, his defense is down, those trigger responses are so important. That extra 7 damage could go a long way when trying to deal. I mean, that was a third of what Bailey is playing with.
Yeah, the triggers by the block, and it is 1 block enough to stave off 21 damage. We'll see. It looks like Ives is doing the math.
Yeah, that block I think was actually massive. And not only that, right, David, it denies the momentum. It forces Ives to play another attack that even if it's not lethal, if we want access to our strong damage reduction ability on our character, we need a momentum for it to work. Lunar Ring, though, on a 6, checks the 5. This is going to be able to destroy one of those high impact assets like a trigger. And we need to start now considering how many cards have been destroyed. So we've ruined 1. We destroyed 1 as Reiner, which is now a second one, and now the asset counts. This is going to be able to get +4 damage from its
it'll be +5. 2 foundations destroyed on ours, 2 from Mimic, plus the asset.
So this will be right. 10. The ruin. I forgot about the ruin again. You're right. 5 damage there, plus Reiner can give us another from the actual effect. So it's actually up to 12, but we have a high block and just not enough to pass it. We're going to take 12 to the face. Try Gravity Beam here on a 6, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Is this enough? This will represent 9 damage. If we can blow up something with like if we have like an I'm with you in stage, then this will be huge.
5, 6, 7.
We commit our character. We can destroy a foundation on Try Gravity Beam to use it, and then if we have an I'm with you in stage,
it would trigger
this gets to lethal.
It gets to the I removed a card. It will hit the discard pile for +2 damage. +2 damage again. Still taking a look at what's in the hand, unless it's something like Genkai's Guidance. But we're going to play that one on the earth. That is going to be the game. Wait, we're playing it out. We're playing it out.
He showed an I'm with you, but I think it was from his hand. He has to destroy it in his stage to get it to the.
It just has to hit your discard pile, and we had a Botan's coach in, right? That's why we committed.
Oh, I see. I understand now. All right. Yeah. I think he realized he could check a 6 potentially.
True. If we didn't blow up, we didn't blow up foundation for the Try Gravity Beam, but that is going to be the game and the match. A 2-0 victory to Ives, being your Oceania regional winner with Reiner Braun from Attack on Titan 1.
Yeah, huge congratulations. This is, I believe, the first regional victory for Reiner. We've seen Reiner do well in the past, but he hasn't quite actually taken down an entire event. But Ives is the first to do it, and he took Reiner a different direction. I've seen a lot of forecheck tribal Reiner, but we
Yeah.
really leaned into the destruction by playing cards like Mikasa's Fatal Cleave. Um, and we had all of this asset and backup hate available to us. We had the Lunar Ring main board. We had the devastating losses we could bring in the side. And then ultimately, um, Bailey had a wonderful run, a very established player, but it was that misplay there at the very end of missing the takoyaki play that could have sent this to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to it, and I'm sure Bailey will watch the footage. And a second place is nothing to be upset about, of course. Like you said, Bailey, an already well-decorated Oceania player, and Ives here coming in with an incredibly looking Reiner deck. And I think this character has always been on people's minds. But as new toys come out, and like you said, Chaos and Death not getting any support, at least from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, people kind of put it to the wayside. But coming in here, playing cards and playing stuff to respect the format as a whole, right? Reiner being a good counter to characters like that one last weekend, Midoriya on the move. I think Reiner seems pretty good into that. Meanwhile, on the other side, the backup decks everywhere, like you said, we're mainboarding the things like Lunar Ring to deal with assets. We're sideboarding things like Devastating Loss that deal with backups and assets. This deck was pretty well tailored to take down this event, and it did it. It won the whole thing. Congratulations to Ives getting that W. David, I felt like that was pretty fast too, at least for a finals wise.
Yeah, that was an extremely fast finals. Some heavy hitting, and I liked how game 2 was this come from behind win, because it really felt like everything was in Mimic's favor that game.
Yes.
But it shows, hey, we didn't scoop them up early. We fought to our outs. We entered that turn with very few foundations, but we were able to find the damage through a block.
We had 3 foundations, David. Colossal Swap being exactly what we needed to pass those extra checks. We went all the way down, keeping just the Botan's coaching, the I'm with you from hand, getting it through, getting the extra remove proc for the Tri-Gravity Beam for a solid Game 2 victory and a 2-0 over Mimic. So obviously then, David, Reiner's the better eroded character, right? So, I mean, everyone at home, go start doing your Reiner tech.
This was it. Yeah, I think Unyielding Destruction, though, single-handedly took Mimic back to the format, just being able to consistently grab the card that puts you so far ahead your rival. But ultimately, Reiner was the one that was able to push their Foundation Destruction game plan just a little bit more consistently than the Mimic was able to. And Ives is our regional champion. This was our second straight weekend where we had a regional, and now we're going to have a third straight weekend with a regional. We're going to have Canada up this very next week. So Deku on the move, took down last week. This week, we've got Reiner 1 taking it down. Who will take it down in Canada? That remains to be seen.
Absolutely. I can't wait for that one. Of course, I'll be commentating that one once again for everybody at home. David, I know you won't necessarily be there, but we still have plenty more regionals upcoming in the UniVersus 2025 competitive season. Toronto is the next one for our triple decker, the cap off, if you will, going into next month for September. But after that, we still have quite a few to get through before we ultimately lead to the World Championship, which they gave us some information earlier this week about getting things ready for it, and that's very exciting. So with that, we're going to say goodbye to everybody at home. Everybody around the world, good evening, good morning, and good night. We're going to go get some sleep here in the U.S., but the Oceania players go and celebrate the win. Congratulations once again, Ives, and we'll see you all next week in Toronto, Canada.